Testing microphone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. I love the energy. I know we are going to have a good day. Yeah? But the room is too quiet, so just turn to the person seated next to you and say something nice about them. Yeah. You know, a human being deserves 12 compliments a day. That's what science says. Science says that a normal human being must get 12 compliments a day. Yeah, that's not meat science. So just turn to the person on left and right and tell them something nice, even if you're lying. We just need people healthy, eh? That's the point. Eh? Say something about their hair. Say, wow, your laptop is so nice. Your shoe is too awesome. Where did you get that t-shirt from? The material is just incredible. Eh? Yeah, say something nice. Don't wait for people to be sick or die and compliment them, yeah? My name is Brian Mulondo. I will be the moderator today. And in a few minutes, we'll be starting. Just waiting for some of our key partners. But today is about knowledge sharing, and we are also going to hear some of the successes that have been registered during the project phase. Yeah? We'll have some of you present. We also have some of our partners who are out of the country. They will also be presenting to us about some of the best practices. Yeah? We're together. If you need to access Wi-Fi, just go to the Wi-Fi name, Silver Springs Hotel. The password is silver at 2019. They're all in small caps. And yeah, you can get online. I see some of you are already sending reports that you missed, whose deadlines you missed, but it's okay. But at least you stay updated. Also, if you need to use the washroom, just go down. You'll take the stairs, go down to where the entrance is. You'll see the rooms as you get in. Yeah? I want to do a quick exercise. Can I have a second mic, please? Do a quick exercise around the tables. You tell us your name and the organizations that you work for and what you do there. Yeah? We'll start here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Silva Mhumza, graduate intern, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sati Miyanja. I'm glad that most of the people here in the sector, at least we have met and interacted. I work with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. It's a pleasure meeting you again for this discussion. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is John Tumuyimbise. I work with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development in the Bioenergy Division.
Good morning to you all. My name is David Mwesigwa, Brand and Marketing Manager, Systema Bio.
Good morning. My name is Alan Navajo. I work with the microfinance institution in the West, Ebosako, and I'm happy that I'm part of this discussion. Thank you.
Morning, gentlemen and ladies. My name is Ngabirano Arthur, retired from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development.
Good morning, everybody. Malagale Emmanuel is my name. I work for Kamuli Sustainable Energy based in Jinja, Eastern.
Good morning, everybody. My names are Rebecca Kwagala. Kamali Gasham is the registered name. And I come from Jinja. I'm one of the beneficiaries of Biogas. I'm a farmer in the dairy sector.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eve Marshall, and I'm a communication advisor with GIZ Energy and Climate Cluster. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Davina Nabidie. I'm a communications consultant. I'll be rapporteuring today.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Daniel Egesa. I work with Friends Consult.
Good morning, Esther Pirachel. I work with Aid Environment as a monitoring and evaluation specialist.
Good morning, team. I'm Annette Sempala. I work with Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company at Humber House as a technical advisor under the new World Bank project, Energy Access Scholars Program. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Odiara Dennis is my name. I work for Caritas Gulu.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Okoya James. I work for Gulu University.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria Butegwa, and I work with GIZ Uganda. I'm also the project lead for the Africa Biodigester component, and we work together with SNV and BSUL. We're very pleased to have you all here today and looking forward to the discussions.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Okwi. I represent Uganda National Biogas Alliance, but also a team leader, Biogas Kurus and Contractors Company Limited.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Stevenson Viekwaso, working with GIZ ABC Uganda.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. My name is Ivan Mujuni. I work with Mbara University of Science and Technology as an innovations manager at the Center for Innovations and Technology Transfer. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is Gideon Muhindo, working with Biogas Solutions Uganda Limited as a quality control officer. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is Eunice Orone. I work with BSUL as the monitoring and evaluation stroke quality control assistant.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Viola Ninsima, and I work for Biogas Solutions Uganda Limited as the monitoring and evaluation officer. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Florence Chintu. I work with Biogas Solutions Uganda Limited as business development and marketing manager.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tugume Difas. I work for National Organic Agriculture Movement of Uganda, and I'm a policy and advocacy specialist.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dan Malone. I'm the chairman for UNREA. UNREA is the Uganda National Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Alliance. I'm also the chairman for the Hydropower Association of Uganda, and I'm glad to be in this place this morning.
Yes, morning everyone. My name is Andrew Kaya and I work with GIZ. Yeah, good morning everyone. My name is Bosco Wandera and I work with the Earth Partners, and currently we are trying to update and review the biogas guidelines.
Good morning everyone. I'm called Alex Satuyamba. I'm a director at Center for Integrated Research and Community Development Uganda, SACODO. We are consultants in renewable energy.
Yes, good morning everybody. My name is Anthony Walter Okello. I work with GIZ as the energy advisor. We are very glad to have all of you around. We look forward to a very fruitful discussion the whole day. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So at least we know each other's names during these interactions. You can at least know where each person is, and you go to them, for some of this knowledge. To make sense of what we are going to talk about today, we're going to show you a video of a young farmer called Ali, who also uses biogas. Please take a look at the screen.
Nze Ali Mubarak, sinziba Gobero, nga ndi mulimi, omulunzi, omuntu ayagala ebyobulime, ebyokulunda, ebyokufa ku bintu byonna ebikwatibwa ku kyobulime n'ekyobulunzi. Okutegeera ku biogas, nategeera nga mpulira emisomo gyawo nga gibeera kwa FAD. Kati nagenda nga kwa FAD naye ng'ekiruubirirwa kyange njagala kukola faamu. Ne ngenda nga kwa FAD ne bansomesanga, era nasangangayo abasomesa bangi ab'ebigimusa, ab'ebisolo, ab'ebirime, abantu nga bangi basomesa. Naye nga mu abo nina ekigendererwa kyange kuba byonna bye nali ngenderera baali babiina. Nga nina kumanya, nina kulima ntya, nina kulunda ntya, nina kubezaawo ntya ebirime byange. Nze omuvubuka omuto, amagezi nengafuna we nina okubeerawo. Ekyalisooka kye nali nina otandikirako kufuna biogas. Woba olina ebisolo nga tolina biogas, ebisolo tebikuyamba. Woba olina ebirime nga tolina biogas, ekimera kyo tekiba kirungi eri omuntu kuba tosobola kirima oba kisimba nga tolina biogas. Wa biogas kiriisa eri ekirime era ddagala eri ekirime kyaffe kuba tuba tetufuuyira era tusimba ekirime kyaffe ekyo ky'olaba ekya biogas. Tufuna omuliro ku biogas era ne tufuna n'ekigimusa ekyo. Era ne kifuuka ekiriisa emmere eri ebisolo ebimu okugeza nga ensiriŋŋanyi zirya ku kigimusa kye bayita manyuwa ekiva mu biogas. Ebisolo byaffe tubiyonja olw'okuba biogas. Tubiyonja tutya? Kuba obusa buno bwe buzifulumya, tumekinga nnyo sure obusa buno tuziwadde omuddo gwaffe, zireese obusa bwaffe. Obusa bwaffe tubututte mu biogas yaffe, tubutabudde bulungi ng'omuntu alina obutabula. Tufunye omuliro, tufunye ekigimusa, tufunye ekintu omuntu kyalina okufuna. Kuba obeera ne biogas omuntu yenna yenna. N'oba ovaawa obanga okolera wange olina biogas, tosobola kweraliikirira nti abasazi bajja kunja kanziruke mangu, kambireke ngenda kuddayo nfumbe nga bukyali olw'okuba talina ki biogas. Naye nze ne wentambula ne wenkomawo ssaawa mmeka oba 5 oba 6 bamanyi biogas wange waali ate emmere yange ejja kujjira mu butikitiki. Era omuntu tokosebwa ng'olina biogas. Togula nku, togula manda, totuukibwako mukka kuba biogas waffe talina mukka wabula aleeta muliro na kigimusa. Ebiraalo byange biba binyirira, obumyu bwange mubulaba n'obusa mbukozesa ku biogas waffe. Ne tufuna omuliro, ne tufuna ebimera ebinyirira, ne tufuna obulamu obweyagaza ng'omuntu wajja gamba mukyala Ali oyo kasooli bamusimba otya? Ng'anyirira nnyo ng'ate nze nkozesa eddagala owange takola ki? Tanyirira omugamba. Ebyo byonna bya biogas. Ebitooke ebyo ebisooka byonna byalinga biri bye mulaba ebibi. Ng'olwo nnina biogas yange naye nga siina bisolo ate siina ssente zisobola kugula busa. Naye Mukama n'annyamba mba ndi awo neyiba ng'alunda. Nange mba ndi awo neefunayo ez'akamotoka nange mbanja nagamba sente ezensaasaanya nnyingi omwezi sijja kugula busanga ate nsobola okugenda nenewola akasente nenfuna enti era lino ettaka lyange kintu kya mugaso gyendi mwe nakwata nenda mu banka nenewola nefuna ente yange enkyala bwe nafuna ente enkyala netandika mpola mpola okubeera nga nfuna ekigimusa nga kiwera lintandika ndaba omuliro nange naye sikiriza nti omuliro gusobola okwaka mu busa oba gusobola ofuna ekigimusa mu biogas bagenda okulaba nga nfunye omuliro banaye nasanyuka netoola nefuta baneiba mujje mulabe nfunye omuliro sigalako ddala nfumbira kunku yagamba olimba ddala buno obusa bwe buvuddemu biddala ono ye biogas konze kituufu era namwe mweyunire nnyo biogas kuba kintu kirungi si kyabulabi eri omuntu ne mumaka gwe ebitooke natandikako kuba nina ekibanja kinene natandikako mpola mpola kuba ndi omu sina busobozi buli awo neŋŋamba mpola mpola kamukamu gwe muganda nentandika mpola mpola ebitooke byange nentandika obiwa ekigimusa ntandika obifaako nga wenjibamu ekigimusa kyange wansi mu lusuku mbikkako endagala ezo ebitooke byange bifune obulamu ettaka lyange lyeyagale ebisolo byange byeyagale olw'okuba biogas n'olwekyo yeeno enjawulo gye tulabawo eri ebitooke byaffe byenfunyemu kati nkungula ettooke eddene eryesitasobola nakwetika lyesitasobola aliira wiiki emu nsobola liirako wiiki eziwera 3 nerinyengera nako olw'okuba biogas kuba saawa eno simbu buli omu ajja mutunza kubanga omutima ogwange teguli ku ssente guli ku bulunzi n'okulumirirwa abalala kitegeera ndowooza abazze wano okubaguza amatooke ndowooza omunene ekinene nnyo nga ndaba enkota nnene nga mpulira nange njagala nizo nga aleeta akanaanako ndikuwe kuba manyi ekyo ekitooke kivuddeko enkota gye ndaba nga nnene enkya egenda kuba nga nnene esinga waawo kitegeera naye omutima gwange teguli mu kutunda wabula kusomesa abo n'okubalaga nembawo ebirime ebya biogas ebitali bya bulabe eri bo abavubuka abato abali eyo abali mu myaka gyange n'abatali mu myaka gyange mbagamba nti bw'oba okyalina obulamu n'emyaka emito fuba nnyo gikozesa oleme kulaba mu bukulu bwo ng'obonaabona banze ali ndi eno mu kyalo si kyakala simanyi kidongo simanyi oba mbeerawo neeno mu kyalo kyange nga siwulidde nvu oba amasasi gavuze eno neeryo banziruka enkole ki kuba mbeera mu nnimiro yange nawe ndowooza byonna byonna ndowooza ku nnimiro yange era abavubuka bakozese kyansi yaabwe nga bakyalina amaanyi kuba wookaddiwa ebirowoozo byesalako n'amagezi geesalako n'amaanyi okulima tekyetaagisa yiika na yiika kitegeera tekyetaagisa mayiro za yiika n'oba olinako akakutiyo kalaba oba bokisi osobola ogenda kuba mu kibuga gye babeera gye mmanyi gye basinga kasasiro waaba oyo bwe bamwokya kibanga kigimusa kusooka nga tannafuna biogas asobola okukwata ekintu ekyo oba ekidomola n'asimbawo we ziba karoti n'asimbawo awo wamanya nti kino ekigimusa bwe mba nkikozeseza bwe bati kino eky'ettaka bwe mba nfunye biogas wange n'aba ntya nja kuba mugagga nga ebirime byange mbifunira mu budde nga sikyanoonya we bayokyeza kasasiro omuvubuka woba olimye osobola okufuna mu bimera byo ssente naye otya olina okukozesa obwongo amagezi obuvumu n'okuwa abantu ekitiibwa abandikuyambye kuba abantu bonna bonna beetaaga connection n'empisa z'omuntu kyekiraga abantu ky'oli omuntu yenna asobola okulima ng'alina biogas n'owoba oyina akasente katono biogas esobola okugamba ono omuntu ono waba alina omutima ogulima n'ogulunda lwaki tetumuwola sente n'agenda n'azimba biogas yaffe wanaalima ebirime ajja tunda atuddizeewo sente ezo.
Yes, that is Ali. She's quite very passionate about what she does, and she started using this biogas when she was introduced to AFAD, and as you hear, the rest is history. For her, she also is interested in teaching other young people about how biogas works and the benefits of it, yeah? So we are going to hear more testimonies about that. We'll also hear what other countries are doing. Remember, this project is 5 years, and it's gonna be wrapping up in December 31st, 2025. But what are some of the gains that have been made since then? So I want to call Mikel to come and talk to us about ABC and speak more into what this project is about. Okay, before we call Mikel, let me welcome our partners from GIZ, Victoria, to come and address us.
Good morning once again. Thank you all so much for being here. I will be speaking on behalf of GIZ, representing our head of program, Mr. Unyong Young, who unfortunately could not be here with us today as he is on a field mission at the moment. So we'd like to welcome you all. Very pleased to have you here for this workshop that we are doing in collaboration with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, together with our other key ABC partners, SNV, who is the lead implementer for the Africa Biodigester Component Program. As GIZ, we work very closely with the two ministries that I mentioned to support enabling environment aspects on this project. And we also have Biogas Solutions Uganda Limited, that is our national implementing partner under this project. This annual Biodigester Stakeholder Forum comes at a very opportune time in the development of this market. We've been implementing the ABC program from 2021, and it runs until 2025. Each year we've been moving a bit closer to where we want to go, but we know there's still a lot that could be done in this regard. Last year, some of you may have taken part in the annual ABC Knowledge Exchange, which brought together the 5 implementing countries, including Uganda, Kenya, as well as those from the Sahel region. There was a lot that came out of that. We were able to have some on-site trainings on business development with some of the partners in the biodigester sector. But I think for me, one of the key takeaways from that exchange session was also a lot of the collaboration and commitment across the different countries in terms of their government willingness to really try and push this biodigester market development forward. The aim of the program is to try and build a commercial and sustainable biodigester market, focusing on increasing access to household biodigesters. In addition to that, the program also has a strong focus on improving the value proposition for bioslurry as an organic fertilizer. And so it was really great seeing the initial video we just watched on the impact this can have on these smallholder farmers and improving their crop yields and making use of this high value organic fertilizer. So we're really pleased to bring everyone back here this year to talk a lot about what have we done so far, how have we tried to move the needle forward, but also what have been some of the challenges that we've found. We really appreciate the strong collaboration that we have with the partners and the other actors in the sector, the associations. I see a lot of their representatives here in the room, the private sector. We couldn't be doing this project without your hard efforts and inputs. And very much also a big thanks to the government representatives and the different ministries and departments that we work with. Your commitment continues to be a driving force for the project, and we really hope to see further growth as we move through 2024. The focus also for today's workshop will be to hear a little bit about some of these ongoing developments. The ministry has been working very hard over the last couple of years to try and develop a national biogas strategy. And so last year we were also collaborating with them over the last years to do the regional consultative workshops to get all the inputs from relevant stakeholders into that process. And we are proud to see this, this process get also towards the tail end, and we'll be hearing from the Ministry of Energy about what's the status now and how this review and input process has gone. But also at last year's workshop, we were able to have a joint communique signed with all the 5 ABC country governments, reiterating their commitment to support market development in this sector. And it had very key intervention areas or focus areas that all the governments were putting forward across developments for demand side, supply side, but also the enabling environment. So this workshop will also give us the opportunity to hear from the different stakeholders what has the progress been made against that commitment that the governments put forward, where we may be lagging behind, that we can all work a little bit more to get where we want to go. We're also looking forward to hearing more testimonies from the actors in the sector, the ones who are using these technologies, to really get a flavor for how they've benefited their livelihoods and economic empowerment. So from my side, just a big thank you for all of you being here. We're looking forward to the active engagement across the day. Please feel free to also use the board at the back in case you get any questions. We'll leave out some papers on the table, so you can also write those down and pin them on the board at the back. We'll try and collect those throughout the course of the day to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Victoria. As you've heard, there's going to be a lot of conversation happening. I also want to welcome our other partner from the Ministry of Energy to come and speak to us, his Assistant Commissioner, Mr. John Tumuhimbise. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You seem to be a bit fracked when you are talking about energy. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very happy to have you here. And as Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, we are very delighted that you have spared your valuable time and you have prioritized this event. Of course, I can see quite a range of stakeholders from MDAs, ministries, departments and agencies. And I can also see the producers, the artisans, people from academia, and it's a very good mix, and I'm really encouraged. I'll start by appreciating the organizers of this stakeholders engagement. And there are quite many, NDF, GIZ, and the rest. We heartily thank you for the inputs you have made to make sure that this stakeholder engagement takes place. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have to realize one thing, and we are all into this, government on the side of policy, and you the other stakeholders who support government in the realization of our policy objectives. We must realize that the biogas subsector is actually in baby class, yeah? And this is very serious. And we are stuck, we have been stuck in baby class. And I think you should appreciate what I'm talking about. If we are talking of 10,000 household digesters, since the existence of Uganda as a state, just 10,000, when we have 9 million households. You see, that is not even 1%. So that's what I mean by really being in a baby class, and we must really pull up our socks. 10,000 household digesters, less than 100 institutional digesters. You see, when you start talking about some of these statistics and indicators, some people take you to be a joker for lack of a word strong enough. And you can't be really captivated and excited to talk about some of these statistics in a civilized audience or in an international audience. Because even the neighbors will be talking of hundreds of thousands, including our younger brothers in Rwanda here. So the point here is that really we must pull up our socks, and as stakeholders, please, let's do all it takes to make sure that the uptake of some of these technologies comes up. So this is not very encouraging, and I think the project aims to raise our numbers. And as stakeholders, we should also put in our best to make sure that we move away from this kind of situation, and very quickly. There is a local proverb that a kid who doesn't visit the neighborhood thinks that the mother is the best cook, even when the mother is the worst of all the cooks. So please, let's move around, get new ideas, new approaches, and see how we can better our situation. Ladies and gentlemen, you also realize that the renewable energy technology landscape, including biogas, is evolving and changing very fast. Yeah? So meaning we need new ideas, new approaches, and new strategies. Yeah? We can't stay doing the things we have been doing and expect better results. So here, artisans, fabricators, the financiers, and everybody, let's make sure that we hunt for new ideas and new approaches. Otherwise, the train will leave us and we shall not get our bearings. We shall be lost forever, as long as we don't change at the pace at which the technologies are changing. My colleague from GIZ has already alluded to the fact that we are developing a new strategy, a new biogas strategy, and this is a comprehensive strategy that is trying to define a strategic path for the biogas subsector. Hitherto, we have just been groping in the dark without a strategy, and that has been a challenge. So, as I talk now, we have a draft strategy, and we have tried as much as possible to get inputs from stakeholders. I think some of you have had the opportunity to make an input into that strategy, but before we really finalize it, and this should have been yesterday, you can still make an input into that draft strategy. This is because we need your ideas and inputs, and at the end of it all, we all own up, we all own that strategy. It's not a government strategy alone, it's a strategy for Uganda, and it's a strategy for everybody. Here the point is that we are all aiming at having a vibrant and self-sustaining biogas subsector, which can offer business opportunities to some of you, which can enable government to realize its objectives. So we are all into this, and that's why we appeal for your support and input. I think with these few words, the rest has been spoken by, and it doesn't add a lot of value repeating them, by our partners, GIZ and DEV. We wish you very fruitful deliberations, and we hope we shall grow from being babies to growing up and having a mature, vibrant, and self-sustaining biogas subsector for the benefit of all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. John Tumuhimbise from Ministry of Energy. I want to now call Mr. Peter Damuzungu from Ministry of Agriculture to also come and make his remarks.
Thank you so much, Master of Ceremonies. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Are we okay? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Better. Colleagues, I want to stand on the protocol that has already been established. I will not go into the details. My apologies, I came in a little bit late, but I'll stand on the protocol that has been already established. I've also chosen to speak from my heart because I've been part and parcel of the project. I have a written speech, but I'll not read it. I'll speak from my heart. My name is Peter Damuzungu. I work for Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. I'm here to represent the Commissioner Crop Production. I think on the program, it's indicated Alex Rwakuba, who is engaged in other duties. I want to take this opportunity to thank the partners, GIZ, SNV, NDEV, Biogas Solutions, among others, for having organized this very important national multi-stakeholder biogas platform meeting to deliberate on progress, but also on the key issues that are happening in the biogas sector. Of course, this is one of the approaches that the government is really encouraging to ensure that all actors along the entire value chain come together to speak about a certain issue. And today, I'm happy we are tackling one of the key subsectors for this country, whereby most of the populace of the communities in Uganda can benefit at large, which is the biogas sector. Of course, one of the other important takeaways in such platforms is that we are able also to reflect on the progress of the ABC project, but also reflect on the new developments that different actors, different MDs are taking charge of to ensure that we improve and have a sustainable sector. Of course, you've already heard from my colleague that we are working on the National Biogas Strategy. I'm quite aware, again, this has been a very consultative process. It has involved quite a number of partners, again, with support from our usual partners. We want to think and also reflect on the goodness, but also on the support that these platforms can bring. I want once again to thank the ABC project for its well-intentioned and positioned interventions. As you are aware, government is implementing the National Development Plan 3. Of course, already plans are underway to start the National Development Plan 4. And you realize that most of the interventions in this ABC project sync well with the NDP3 program. As a Ministry of Agriculture, we are implementing the agro-industrialization program. And part of these interventions speak to the pillars under production, storage, and marketing that are highlighted in this program. So, of course, we want to thank the team that crafted this program to be in line with the government programs that we are having. The other important aspect, of course, that I can't miss to talk about is the vast byproducts that come with biogas. Biocereal is one of them. And as a ministry, we are very interested in this product. Why? Because it is one of the key products that is going to help increase agricultural production. It is a ready product, easily available, and once we mobilize and sensitize our farmers on how to produce it and on how to make it, we are able to harness on a very cheap source of fertilizer, which can be used to stimulate and increase agricultural production. So we want to pledge as a Ministry of Agriculture and as public sector that we shall continue supporting all efforts in this project. I want to thank you so much that the project has been very involving. I think it is one of the first projects where you see that there is a lot of government participation, the private sector is participating well, the farmers are participating well, and again, the entire ecosystem is complete. So we want to pledge total support to the interventions of the project, and once again, we want to thank the partners for the support, and we want to ensure that we continue this collaboration by and large. I want to thank you for listening to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Peter. You've heard from some of our key partners for today. Again, you're going to hear more of the testimonies from the people who have benefited from this. But to help us just paint a picture on the sector performance, let's welcome also our partner, Esther Nyazi from SNV, to come.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, I'm delighted to stand before you and also to be able to share with you some of our key milestones we've been able to register as the ABC program. My name is Esther Nyazi, and I'm the project manager for the ABC program Uganda on the SNV side. As we have the presentation come through, allow me share that ABC program is being run in 5 African countries. We have Uganda, Kenya, and the Sahel region, which has Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. However, for Uganda, SNV is working in a consortium with GIZ MEMD, which is the sector coordinator, as well as our national partner, that is the Biogas Solutions Uganda. So we would like to thank the support that we've received so far from the different ministries, MAIF, MEMD, as well as other key stakeholders, because we're also working with the Biodigester Enterprise that are doing a great job in the installation or construction of the different biodigesters across the region. So I would like to recognize you and also to thank you for the good job that you're doing out there to enable access of energy to the different key stakeholders within the different regions. Just a minute. Let someone do it for me. I'll try to be brief. In the interest of time, I would like to share part of the key achievements we've had and where the ABC program is coming from, but also before I do that, I wanted to share with you what the program is all about. Like I've mentioned, the program is running in 5 African countries. However, for Uganda, we have a target of installing 8,000 biodigesters. That means that this will provide access to 40,000 people by 2025. The program started in 2022 and we are running until December 2025. ABC program is funded by the Netherlands Ministry of Foreign Affairs and managed by RVO and also in partnership with NDEV. Next. Our aim is to ensure that we commercialize the sector. We would like to mention that there's been some work done for the past 10 years. So when ABC came on board, we are not starting from scratch. However, we're building on different efforts that were made in the last 10 years to be able to commercialize the sector and transit to an expansion phase. And by doing that, next please, we are working with different key thematic implementers, but we also work under the 3 components. We have the component of the demand side, we have the supply side, as well as the enabling environment. On the demand, we are focusing on continuous creation, awareness creation, as well as not only on the uptake of the biodigester, but also on the ancillary. Then on the supply, we want to ensure that the companies we are working with are bankable. So we are working on ensuring that the business development services continue, building of different networks through the different associations, and also provision of the RBF incentive, that is result-based incentive, to continuously support companies that we are working with to continue with promotion activities. On the enabling environment, which is taken on by our partners, the GIZ and the ministry, that is where we are seeing issues to do with policy, guidelines, and more continuous advocacy coming in. Next, please. Just to share with you an overview of the different partners we are working with as a program, we have different thematic implementers that are giving us support. On the business development component, we are working with NIRAS, and these have done a very good job, especially in the mentoring and offering business development training to the companies that are working with the program. We are also working with the KPMG team, which is our independent verification agents that is supporting us in the verification of all the installation reports that our companies upload on the different platforms to ensure that when we say we've installed 100 biodigesters, this number of plants exist. Other implementers we are working with Energia on the side of gender, but we are also working with biomass research and another consortium to support on the OVI aspect. The different approaches that the program has taken on, I mentioned that we are focusing on awareness promotion, that is demand activation, to ensure that the entire country worldwide, the different stakeholders continue to get to know the benefits of both acquiring a biodigester and bioancillary. Business development, I've talked about that, to ensure bankability of the companies we are working with, and also increasing access to finance. We've brought on board different MFIs and circles, so that when we talk to the end users as well as the companies, both the supply side and demand side can be able to access finances to ensure that the adoption rate and also issues to do with working capital can be addressed. We've also gone ahead to support different companies that have come on board to bring prefabricated technologies. So we are working hand in hand with the Sistema partners. We've also had support to the home biogas, and if you're not mistaken, some of these technologies have already been installed in the different communities where we work. In summary, just to share with you some of the key roles as a consortium that each of the different partners is responsible for. I just wanted you to focus on our slides and for me to be able to summarize. I mentioned that on the enabling environment, we are working with both the ministry and GIZ, and the demand and supply, SNV together with our national partner, that is the Biogas Solutions Uganda. We focused on activating those two components. What have been some of our key achievements in the last 2 years? Together with the ministry, we organized a knowledge exchange event that attracted over 150 participants from different countries to come and learn from each other. And through this learning event, we were able to have a communique that was signed by the different governments from the 5 countries that we work. So it put across different interventions that the program, as well as partners, we will continue to focus on. And I believe in the afternoon, we will be able to dive into some of these key interventions on what has been done and what is our roadmap. I've also mentioned about the BDS when I was talking about the different implementers we are working with. Our national partner has supported in the promoting of 500 promoters that is across the country for continuous marketing activities to ensure that we leave no one behind. And I mentioned about the prefab companies that were facilitated to come on board. And based on our energy access development market assessment, the results already indicate to us that these have been able to fare well on the market, based on also the fixed dome that are being constructed. So we are seeing the sales potential of about 57% that has been registered against the fixed dome. So that means with continuous support, more market sales are to be registered. We've also gone ahead as a program to establish demo farms for continuous training of farmers and learning across. More studies are ongoing. So we've also, I can attest that some of you may also have already received some of our different consultants that are coming to engage. So we call for continuous support because this information is to continuously inform different key interventions and also to support us as we continue to work with the ministry in addressing some of the key gaps within the subsector. Next. On the policy side, we would like to applaud our partners, GIZ, that have also taken on to initiate biodigester guidelines being developed. So this is work in progress. And on the side of the consultants, more engagements are ongoing. We've also had an opportunity to participate in the National Organic Agriculture Bill, where we have one of our representatives from the GIZ side sitting on the technical committee to ensure that continuous discussions, especially when we focus on the organic fertilizers, this continues. So what are we to continue seeing? When we talk about market-based approaches, it means that this is still work in progress, and it calls for more effort from all the different key stakeholders that we are working with, because we cannot say that one input can be enough. So for sustainability of delivery beyond the project time and scalability, we know that as we continue to reduce subsidy and focus on the market-based approach, that is our way to go. So that's why when you look at the ABC program, the subsidies have been reduced or taken out, and we are more about empowering companies that we are working with. Next, please. Still on the market-based, we are talking about, what we are trying to say is the public sector support or role may rather be temporary. So what does that mean? That we may not continuously see this happening. Rather, we would want to have the associations come in and continue to support the companies that they are working with to take up these roles and ensure that there's a competitive market on their side so that they are more aggressive, especially when promoting the biodigesters within the different regions. Next. What have been some of the challenges we've registered? I would say that as we continue to register, we've also noted that there is still limited knowledge among the different users, which calls for continuous support from all the partners. We are out there trying to increase more awareness across the different regions we work. Then we are also trying to address functionality. Our BSUL partners have gone ahead for all those old plants to ensure that issues to do with functionality are addressed. Then for those with weak business cases, more support is continuous. That is for the side of the companies. Next. Financing, what has also been one of the lessons we've learned, there is willingness across the different households or end users to adopt the technology, but the ability to pay is still a challenge, since installations will need high upfront costs. So with engagement of both the different MFIs that we are working with and circles, I mentioned about access to finance, we are continuing to engage these MFIs to ensure that we can also de-risk or have at least a better lending rate that our end users can be able to access these funds and also install. And also we've had an opportunity where for the prefabs, these have been discounted compared to the original price. For Systema, through their carbon program, their products are discounted, so we've seen an increase in the number of sales on their side. For the enabling environment, we are working on the regulatory. I talked about the guidelines, but also more coordination and support will be required in that area. For equity, we still need to see more women come on board. In the biodigester sector, we still have a few women-led businesses, so we are still approaching and also trying to encourage entry of new companies to come on board to ensure that issues to do with equity are addressed, but also training of masons, especially women, is also being done. In a nutshell, as we continue to implement the project, we are aiming at increasing demand, ensuring that there are more quality products on the market, and also supporting the supply side to ensure that they are able to address the number of demands that come through. Thank you for your attention, and we look forward to further discussions and engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther. Any reactions to what Esther has said? Additions? Compliments? Anything? Nothing? I think because you're hungry. So we are going to take some coffee, yeah? And wake us up before we get into the next session. But SNV is also our implementing partner. You're going to hear more of what they've done, like Esther said. So we'll get some coffee. Just go out on the balcony, get a cup of coffee, get a small bite, and let's come back and get into the next session. Yeah? Thank you.
I am the man. My name is Anne. I am the managing director at Gero Farm. Gero Farm is in Entebbe. It's an urban agroecology farm. Here at Gero Farm, we are using biogas. And we got this biogas in April this year. The major reason why we got it was I have a patient, my mother, who is diabetic, and her first meal is early in the morning at 7:30. So it was always inconveniencing to lit charcoal and then put her milk. So when I got an opportunity of biogas, I said this is the right time to use it. First of all, to help me on that domestic use of helping my mother get her meal on time. To be honest, it has done that very well. Since April, my mother gets her meal on time. But save for that, it has also reduced on my domestic expenditure. This is renewed by adding cow dung, surprisingly. I put in cow dung every 3 days and I'm done. So yeah, I'm happy that I have the biogas. In addition to that, the biogas gives me biosalary. I'm an urban farmer. I have vegetables, I have spices, I have other food crops, I have local hens, I have goats. So I use this biosalary to put in my crops and at the same time to feed my local birds. So I can easily eat my yellow yolk, which is healthy for the body. One may think that to have biogas, you need to have a cow. No, with Gero Farm, we tell you, you need good neighborhood. Gero Farm, right now, we don't have a cow, but we are in harmony with our neighbors. So we have a neighbor who has cows and was suffering with the cow dung problem. Here at Gero Farm, given that we are on a steep slope, we also have cow food in terms of this Napier grass. So what we're doing with our neighbor, we give our neighbor the grass, he feeds his cows, and then he gives us the cow dung, which we use for the biogas. It has created harmony between the two of us. And at the end of the day, you find that even the milk that we get from this gentleman is subsidized in a way that we have this barter system that we do together. So you can imagine, while I was spending more than 500,000 a month, I'm now spending 150,000 a month. And that other expenditure is catered by biogas. The biggest source of income here at Gero is through trainings. We host organizations, households, schools, and they come here for training. Yeah, so when they come for training, usually we introduce them to biogas, and most of them have liked it. Save for that, I, for one, am a chairperson of women in this community. We have the Women of Hope initiative, whereby usually when they come here for their monthly meetings, I encourage them. And I'm happy to say that Gero has influenced a number to also have biogas in their homes. And the reports we have are saying that actually it is equally doing them a good service. Biogas, the way to go.
All right, attention once again, ladies and gentlemen. We need to move to our next session. And in this session, we're going to have a presentation from the prefabricated biodigesters market penetration in Uganda. We'll hear from them. We shall also talk about introduction of access to finance, implementers. We shall also look at some of the key highlights of the EEC achievements in 2023, and of course more testimonies from farmers on the benefits of biogas. And we are also going to hear from our partners for organic fertilizer valorization implementer. We'll be looking at some of the key findings from the different activities. But first, let me call Biogas Uganda to talk about the survey that they had last year, to talk about some of their key findings from this survey. There's a presentation, eh? Okay.
Thank you. A very good morning. All protocols observed. I'm very happy to be here with you this morning, and maybe just to say that today is my 50th birthday, and this is the best present I could have. Now, please don't be alarmed. Before I started Biogas, I looked like a young man, but it's a tough job. You will grow gray hair quickly. I just put it here. Oh, okay. This is forward, okay. No, that's okay. So I'm very glad to be able to share with you some of the findings that we are able to gather in the field nationwide under what we call the Biogas User Survey. Now, you'll see that this survey is conducted for 2022, but the surveys are always conducted the following year. So this was conducted in mid of 2023, and the 2023 survey will be conducted in mid-2024. But just before we start, just to make sure that we are promoting a very simplified form of biogas usage and adoption in Uganda, primarily using animal manure, cows, poultry, and piggery, to develop biogas and fertilizer. The biogas is mainly in Uganda used for cooking, heating and cooking, clean cooking. But we are seeing more partners coming on board looking to do additional things with the biogas, like fertilizers. Like electricity generation. And then the fertilizers, we're also seeing a lot of partners coming in with a lot of expertise to add value to the bioslurry and make it a certified, qualified fertilizer in terms of NPK and nutrient value. So Biogas Solutions started the carbon program around 2017, and we've been doing an annual biogas user survey. And the idea here is to conduct monitoring and verification of the emission reductions from the biodigesters that we're installing nationwide, as required by our subscription to the gold standard. The gold standard is a voluntary program, that is internationally recognized for meeting the emission reduction levels for carbon trading. Now, the survey also allows us to seek feedback from the users to understand what their areas of satisfaction are and what areas we can work better on. It also allows us to inspect the quality of service that's being offered by the program to the end users in the period of the after sales and beyond, to understand the changing end user needs, which information is vital to help us guide sector growth and direction. It also helps us capture the impact of the technology by comparing the livelihood of the end users in comparison to non-biodigester users, and of course, to assess the demand of the biodigesters. So in general, the biogas user survey is actually 3 surveys in one. We have a user survey that looks to assess demographics, the socioeconomic indicators, cooking practices, the number of animals or livestock owned by a household, how they handle waste, how bioslurry is used, also what kind of savings that these households are realizing from ownership of a biodigester, and of course their satisfaction levels. Now, there's also the usage survey that looks more at the functionality and the amount of gas that's being produced of these digesters. And then of course we also do the kitchen performance test, which is simply a field-based survey to quantify fuel consumption. Now, the survey that was conducted in last year was done in 20 randomly selected districts. We divided the country into 4: central, eastern, western, and northern. One thing to note is, you see, northern region had fewer households participating in the survey, but that is more as a reflection of the lower uptake that's right now in northern Uganda, and we are working hard to see that we can address that as well. So when we look at the survey findings, we see that the sampled households, and remember, this is a small sample of the bigger, of the nationwide picture. We see that the functionality of the biodigesters in the sampled households was at 55%. I believe the year before it was at 67. So there's some fluctuation depending on the randomly sampled households, but you can still see that those numbers are low, and it means that we still have a lot of work to do to improve usage. But when you look at the reasons for biodigester failure, we see that you have everything from the homeowner says his animals died, his digester was vandalized. We see some older couples that are too old for the physical exertion it takes to gather cow dung and feed a digester. Some say they sold their animals, some incomplete construction, but the one that sticks out there is operation and maintenance technical issues. We see that broken appliances, parts, pipes, blockages, and gas leakages cause a lot of digesters not to be functional. And a lot of it is at a household level, but a lot of it also means that we need to improve the quality of service that our technical teams for the biodigester companies supporting these households. When we look at how biogas is consumed in households, we see that 63% of households automatically say they use biogas for cooking, and 33% say they use it to heat water. Now, there's a 3% that are using it for lighting, but as a biogas program, we are not promoting the use of biogas for lighting because of the inefficiency of biogas lamps. It's about 3 to 4%. And for the cost or equivalent cost of a biogas lamp, a household could probably buy solar lights. So lighting, we encourage households to use more efficient technologies, but for cooking and fertilizer, biodigesters are still unmatched. Towards the bottom there, you'll see that only 5% of end users were able to acquire loans to construct or install biodigesters, which means that that's a very low uptake of credit, and it also means that it's diminishing the uptake of biodigesters generally. But we see that households that have biodigesters report that they spend about 3 hours per day cooking with biogas. In terms of feeding frequency, we see that a little over 49% of the households feed their biodigesters every day, and a similar number, which is 48%, are feeding it only on a weekly basis. Now, what this tells us is that, you know, a biodigester is, we refer to it as a living organism. So if you feed it regularly, daily, it produces energy regularly. But if it's fed weekly, the gas production is significantly less. And that is also one of the reasons we think that we can continue to advocate for households to feed more regularly. In terms of gender, you'll see that most households, at least the ones sampled, 67% of them said the biodigester is fed by their farm worker, and then followed by the wife of the household. What this also tells us is that when that worker leaves that household or moves on to another farm, there's a lot of times we see the biodigester is, maybe for lack of a better word, abandoned or not used as much because the household had left all the responsibilities of feeding and maintaining and operating the digester to that worker. So that's also another area that we feel we can work on, but this is the kind of information we feel is important. However, 89% of the females that was surveyed reported that the use of biogas has given them more time to do other things. So we wanted to look at that a little closer. And when we look at female perceptions on time savings from owning a biodigester or having biogas in their homes, when we look at the productive use applications, 71% of women said that the biodigester allowed them to have more time specifically for farming. And when we looked at family activities, 71% again said they had now more time to spend raising their children. When we looked at social activities, you can see there's now involvement in leisurely activities, watching TV, being on social media, but also, maybe I skipped one. In productive use, we see that 26% of the owners were able to use their extra time to start a business, which we think is very positive. 100% of the surveyed participants said they now had more time for leisure. When we looked at the male perceptions on time savings, we see that 77% said they had more time for farming, and 14% said they had time now to start a business. The family activities, 44% said they had time now to assist their children with homework activities and studies, and 44% of them also said that they're able now to start reading books, so improving their knowledge base. And 100% of them also agreed that they had more time for leisure now. So on average, the use of biogas for cooking has saved about 2 hours per day for the families that were surveyed. 89% of the respondents that had pre-existing eye disease or respiratory problems, probably from inhaling all that smoke in the kitchens, said that their health situation had improved now with the use of biogas. We see that the majority of the biodigester end users are referred, the new clients are referred by family or friends. That comes in at 49% of biodigester clients. New clients coming on board are referred by family and friends, and 29% by the biogas program, which tells you how important that channel of promotion and marketing is in the biodigester sector. Meanwhile, between agricultural extension officers, the biogas contractors, radio, and all other means of marketing and promoting biodigesters, each accounted for between 10 and 12%. Now, in terms of the bioslurry usage, we see that 70% of the respondents use bioslurry directly for whatever various purposes. We see that 38% like to store it first, probably then do bioslurry enriched composting, and then 2% are actually not using it. So we still have some work to do on those numbers there. In terms of direct use of bioslurry, 100% of respondents said they used the bioslurry as fertilizer. 5% said they used it as an animal feed supplement, and 3% are selling their bioslurry, and 4% are using it as a pesticide or insecticide. And then we have that innovative group at the bottom that's 1% is using it for innovations like bioslurry to make briquettes, liquid soap, and many others. But in all cases, all the households surveyed indicated that crop yields had increased since they started applying bioslurry in their fields. Now, in terms of end users trained on bioslurry handling and application, we see that, and I apologize, maybe those colors are not very clear, but you see 17% are composting without a roof, and 39% are keeping their bioslurry in uncovered lagoons, and only 5% are using composting with roof. Now, the reason we bring this up is because an uncovered bioslurry lagoon is, as long as it's subjected to sunlight or any form of heat, causes volatilization of the nitrogen. So they're actually losing a lot of the nutrients in that way. And we need to continue promoting covered storage for this bioslurry. But in terms of client satisfaction, almost all the households, basically 99% of the surveyed households, reported that they would recommend the biogas technology to other people for the reasons listed below. One, it saves fuel costs. It's quick. They can cook meals quickly. It's convenient. It's smoke-free and clean. It provides cheap or no-cost fertilizer almost. It increases their household income. It improves household food and nutrition security. And they all feel that it's safe. Now, the reason we conduct this survey is a principal part of the monitoring that we do for the carbon program. In order to generate carbon revenue, we have to maintain certain standards. Now, that carbon revenue that we're generating now, we have dedicated it towards the ABC program. And as you see right now, the demand and supply interventions, for ABC Uganda, the Dutch government is providing about 759,000 euros towards demand and supply interventions. And the carbon revenue from the carbon program is fulfilling an additional 40% of that. So that maybe answers the question of how important is carbon to the future and sustainability of biogas in Uganda. Now, in terms of the total impact, As of now, we have close to 10,000 biodigesters. The truth is there are probably a lot more in the country that are not registered with us as a program, and we're continuing to see how we can make sure we bring them all under the umbrella because there's strength in numbers. Two, 6,427 households right now are using bioslurry as fertilizer. So those households are benefiting, of course, from improved crop yield, from the ability to have animal feed supplements that can reduce their feed costs for their livestock, especially pigs and poultry and fish. And then, of course, it also allows them to have higher yields, even in times of low rainfall. They have the ability to still continue producing during a drought and those kind of other benefits. We see that altogether as a program over the years, we are proud to say that we've reduced 119,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent from being emitted into the atmosphere. I just want to share with you what that means. Now, here I've written potential biodigester sector annual achievements. Based on the 9,900 biodigesters, we see that greenhouse emission mitigation, if we look at an average biodigester, 94% of the biodigesters in Uganda are fixed dome, 6 cubic meter. So we're looking at an average 6 cubic meter biodigester can remove or save between 3.2 and 4 tons of carbon dioxide emissions into the atmosphere on an annual basis. So if you multiply that by the 9,900, we're looking at 32,000 plus tons saved annually. Remember, these numbers are all annual. So the deforestation reduction, we say that a 6 cubic meter biodigester can save 0.3 hectares of trees from being cut on an annual basis. So if a family is using a 6 cubic meter digester, they're saving 0.3 hectares. So that amounts to about 2,999 hectares. I think if you look at the whole of Greater Kampala is 30,000 hectares. So basically 10% of Greater Kampala is being saved every year just from the 10,000 digesters. Imagine what happens when we get to 50,000 or 100,000. It will have a huge impact. In terms of soil nutrification, we're calculating this here on the tons of dry matter of bioslurry being saved by that biodigester that's now being returned to the ground. So that's a form of carbon sequestration, but it's also the way we introduce nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium back into the soil so that there's no nutrient mining from these homes that are now using biodigesters. In terms of energy production, that same 6 cubic meter biodigester, used properly, can produce 4.6 megawatt hours per year. Multiply that by the 10,000, and you can see we can generate 45,000 megawatts from our biodigesters. And that's gross capacity, but in terms of installed, that would be about 1.28 kilowatt hours per biodigester. And we're talking again like the 6 cubic meter, the small one. So that's about 12,700 kilowatt hours per, for the 10,000. In terms of fossil fuel substitution, we are estimating that a family using a biodigester can reduce 0.03 tons of kerosene or LPG usage annually, which then amounts to about 300 tons of fossil fuels being substituted annually. And in terms of fuel wood, that same digester can reduce 1.68 tons of wood, of firewood from being used. And in terms of charcoal, that's an equivalent of about 0.54 tons of charcoal per 6 cubic meter biodigester plant on an annual basis. So with that, I just wanted to say that the biodigesters, we feel that are a total farm solution But now we have the ability to expand beyond the farms, but we are addressing right now with biodigesters, everybody in this room that's contributing to this is addressing 9 of the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And I congratulate you for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Omobugalo for the 50-year-old. On your birthday, you are here in a workshop. Okay. Wonderful. Dedicated. And he said it's the best birthday gift ever. Yeah, wonderful. You are 50. Wow. I think I need to do more work. Some of us are 20, but we look like 70-year-olds. Yeah? Thank you so much. Questions, reactions, comments to the survey? Any questions?
Thank you, moderator, and then the presenter. Mine is not a question. I would like to appreciate him for the wonderful presentation. It has a lot of information, but now I have a request. Could he share the presentation so that maybe we can use it to guide us in our work? Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much to BSUL for the presentation. Mine is mostly a comment also to address what the colleague before me has shared. We will definitely share all the presentations from today's workshop to the participants here and also to the wider sector. I hope a lot of you are members of the various sector associations. We also share some of these research findings and reports also through their platforms. So please join the UNAC membership. If you're not yet in there, they have a biogas working group already. And please also look out on the National Renewable Energy Platform. That's one of the ministry platforms that's looking to collect a lot of this sector information. So it's not going to be housed or owned only within the project, but the idea is that also the whole sector can benefit from some of this. So please reach out also to the NREP colleagues. The other thing to note is that as the ABC program and partners, we also have a quarterly newsletter, which we also share through those same platforms. So please look out for those publications where a lot of this information, best practices, research findings are also shared. Thank you.
Okay, questions, comments, reactions?
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. While he was presenting, I noticed he mentioned something about low credit uptake for biogas digesters at only 5%. I was wondering if they could elaborate a little bit more about some of the reasons why there is low uptake for credit. Because we implement a similar program in Elgon region in Uganda, and we also noticed there's very low uptake for credit for biogas digesters. So I wanted to see if we can learn something from their research.
Okay, great question. You can also use the markers on your tables plus the cards to just write your question. I'll be able to read it. Any other question before he answers? Question, comment?
Thank you very much. Among the challenges of uptake of this, I would have loved to hear more about what is the attitude of the users like, because sometimes it is more to the attitude to take up this technology. Because I'm working with groups down there in the villages, and some of them won't just take it up because
there has to be a mindset shift.
Yes, there's a mind shift, a total mindset change, which is not easy to come forth. Even for people that have the biodigesters in their homes. I have met several women, this is now gender issues. who won't even get near because they have this either trauma or what, I don't know, that they fear it is dangerous. It will burst, it will do what? My mother is in a case of the, she would rather go still with a biodigester and a fireplace. She will still go and use her firewood kitchen. Sometimes she will tell you, I feel this food is more tasty, you know? So there is a little more to dig deeper into the uptake issues. They go beyond that. There are attitude change issues. There are also negative perceptions. What they have heard, they have seen people burnt with gas, and they will also automatically think it is this gas that is going to burn them. Then the other thing about what people use this for, I've seen several people using it in their brooders, poultry brooding houses, and I haven't heard it mentioned there. And then the other thing, when I was told to come to this workshop, I was really looking forward to the value addition to biosilary. It is something which is actually coming up very much, and I was eager to learn more about this addition, the value addition, especially to the biosilary, which is a catchy thing. Even in the Harvest Money Expo, I saw them showcasing some of those things. Thank you.
All right, so there's a question.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think mine is just a supplement. I know that as we are here as a cross-section. We have some of us who are promoting, some who are monitoring, people who are doing the construction, those in the banks that are promoting the uptake. But there was some key parameter that was in the presentation on the functionality. From that survey, it has ably come out that our functionality is at about 51.6%. And when you look at our projection, where we have about like 10,000 systems, when you take a functionality of about 50%, that means that we have about half of that functioning. So we may be promoting the new uptake, but we need to look at how can we sustain already those existing plants so that we can be able to have the benefits as already also highlighted in the presentation. So mine is just a call to our artisans who are going out to make these systems. Please do sensitize our beneficiaries on what they need in place and what they need to maintain. As you note that the biggest failure has come from being unable to feed. That's where the whole big problem comes from. The artisan can do a very good job, put up a very good system, do a very good piping, but without a proper feeding, the system will have to go off within a very short period of time, despite the work done. To some of us who have benefited, I know here there are some farmers who have gotten the benefits. More of the people will come to you trying to emulate what you have done so that they can be able to improve on their systems. Let these be very good demonstration areas to help us make further improvements where we are doing more interventions. I thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. My question is, what are some of business models you're using to promote or to make sure that these people adopt to biodigesters? Because the way we market these biodigesters or biogas, it matters a lot of how people will adopt to them. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're noting. We'll answer everything at once. Yeah.
Thank you. I also want to thank the presenter, Dan Malone, again from UNREA. My concern will be on the challenges. I think they came out very clearly. What I noticed is that some of these challenges are, I don't want to say perennial, but they've been happening not just in Uganda, but even across the region, the East African Community region. For example, the field of biogas suffers from artisans that construct or install, but then they don't go back to look at the other clients after some time. But I think I know about one young man who has got a full-time job almost, because he times, like every 2 years, he has to go back and trying to do customer care. And every time you go back, definitely you'll get something wrong with that biogas digester. And definitely you'll get a new job, because now you'll rate that separately and differently. And I would advise that maybe as artisans or as practitioners in the field, if you can adopt that kind of approach. But apart from that, I looked at the whole list of the challenges. I don't know, as Biogas Solutions, did you come up with a proposed solutions or interventions to some of these to prevent them from coming out? Where are the interventions coming from? Not necessarily from you as a company as Biogas Solutions, maybe from the entire ecosystem, maybe from government, so that we can be able to prevent some of them from reoccurring, like we've seen in many reports. Some of them are actually featured in some other reports, the same kind of challenges happening in the sector. Otherwise, thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. At Mbara University, we are your customers for biogas digesters. And I think it is commendable how you have, always done maintenance and maintained the systems. Now, the only challenge we have is about the packaging, because at times we may produce more biogas than we actually use, and then some people that are not on the site might want to use biogas for cooking. I want to know, are you working on any innovations to do with packaging the biogas, so that someone that does not have it installed in their homestead can maybe buy a certain volume, use it for cooking, and then when it's depleted, they buy again from a certain center? Thank you.
Right, so I'll ask him to respond. If you have any other questions for him, please help note it on the cards you have, because we also have the afternoon session where all of these questions will be answered.
Thank you very much for these wonderful questions. I'll give my best shot. I think there was a question first about low uptake of, low uptake of biodigesters, but also low uptake of credit for biodigesters. And as I mentioned in my presentation, that we find that 95% of the biodigesters in Uganda are fixed dome systems, bricks and mortar that go into the ground. Now, the challenge there is financial institutions are reluctant to give out a loan for a system that they cannot recover. Once it's in the ground, it's pretty much done. So then you struggle with the issue of collateral. So most of the households that we target in our work as a sector or a subsector are smallholder farmers with low income levels. They don't have security, they don't have collateral. So that also poses a challenge when they're trying to apply for credit. The solution, of course, is to design special biodigester or biogas loan products. And I'm happy to say that ABC, as a program, with support from GIZ, SNV, are working very hard on that angle to see that we come up with some sustainable but low-cost, affordable credit options. In terms of, let me also just also say that also we find that the smallholder farmers who would qualify for that credit are very loan averse. They a lot of times would say, you know what, I'll just wait until I save, but I'm not going to put my home on that $2 million shilling digester. So it becomes also a challenge. In terms of client attitude, we see that one of the reasons that people have bad attitudes towards biodigesters is because there was a time in Uganda that there were so many non-functional systems, and that caused a poor reputation. And I think anybody in this room who has done promotion or marketing of biodigesters knows it's very hard to sell a biodigester in a community where there's a non-functional, where there are non-functional biodigesters. So one of the areas we feel we have to work on together as a subsector is making sure that digesters are constructed in quality, quality materials, quality workmanship, and that there's a proper application of after-sales services, maintenance, operation, end-user training that can ensure that people receive the full benefits of a biodigester technology. The other reason for low uptake, and you had mentioned client attitude, but is also the high upfront cost. I believe I was speaking to somebody from the ministry, yes, I was speaking to somebody from the ministry yesterday, Ministry of Energy, and they told me that you have a big challenge in biogas because the average income of somebody in Kampala district or Kampala area is 650,000 Uganda shillings a month. But we're asking people to invest 2.5 to 4 million in a biodigester. So you can see where that challenge comes among all the other challenges that they have financially in terms of all the other requirements that they have their small salaries. Now, you go further out where we promote the biodigesters, that income level is even lower. So that's the area why affordable credit becomes so much more important. Now, in terms of uses of biogas, yes, we did not maybe concentrate so much on that because, as I said, as you saw in the presentation, 63% is used just for cooking, some for lighting and heating water. But yes, there are so many innovations coming out in biogas right now in terms of using them for poultry brooding, but also for heating piggeries. We are seeing biodigesters, the biogas in the biodigesters being used in generating electricity. We're seeing developments, and we're also working on some as we speak, for being able to use biogas to run chaff cutters, for using biogas to run flour mills, especially community biodigesters can be very good for that, and a host of other improvements. Now we've seen countries like India, they've gone full scale, they're upgrading the methane in the biogas, and they're using it now to power vehicles. And that technology is not that complicated because biogas, or the methane in the biogas can run pretty much any diesel engine. So you can see that the conversion is not that far away from us if we put our heads together and get some financing to move that forward. In terms of value addition of bioslurry, yes, that is one of the key areas that has been promoted in this ABC program, because if you look at an average household of 5 people in a rural area, yes, if they use biogas for the whole year, they may save between $200 and $300 in that year. But if they use the bioslurry on their same 1 acre or 2 acre farm, they can improve their income, household income, by $1,000, $2,000, maybe even $3,000. So the improvement in yield and the ability to continue producing food for the market during droughts, during seasons of low rain, seasons of too much rain, is proving to be a bigger economic benefit than the savings. Now, of course, the savings on gas, on fuel consumption for a household are very important, but I'm saying that households are beginning to see that, yes, I can save something on gas, but I can earn a lot more as a household by being able to produce higher yields. In terms of functionality issues, I thank you for bringing that up because you're absolutely right. We believe that we can do better. We can definitely do better. Yes, a lot of the issues in functionality are at the household, but I think we can do more sensitization, more training. and the companies that are doing the installations and doing the after-sales service for those households, I think are already trying to do a good job, but of course we can continue to get better to make sure that these households understand that in order for them to realize the return on investment on their digester, they must make sure that it's working and working continuously and being able to give them that value. The business models, we are promoting several different business models, and we see that different partners are doing differently. For example, right now we are very happy to be partnering with CARE in refugee settlements. And the business model there, of course, is different from what you're going to find in an agricultural community. So I would be happy to sit down with anybody and kind of talk about those different models, but we think that there's no one size that fits all, and the different business models can be adjusted to the different applications. In terms of poor after-sales service, yes, now that is something, and ABC, ABPP before it, and also the carbon program are very, very key on providing quality after-sales service to those households, because we want them to realize the full benefits of that digester. And right now, ABC is paying for every digester that a company that installs a digester and reports to the program. They're paid an RBF that is supposed to empower them to be able to provide adequate maintenance, at least for the first year. And then after that first year, the carbon program can take over to continue the maintenance of those systems. In terms of packaging, there was a question about packaging and bottling. Yes, you're right. That is a key area. And yes, there is a lot of investigation going on. The key challenge has come from the fact that LPG can be packaged in those LPG cylinders at about 20 pounds per square inch, 20 psi. But if you put biogas in that same cylinder to get the same quantity of biogas, which is methane, CH4, you would need about 200 psi. So what that means is you need a special kind of cylinder with a thicker wall thickness. It has to be better designed. In other words, LPG cylinders are just metal that's welded at the top and bottom with a regulator. But if you did that for a biogas cylinder and put 200 psi in there, those welding seams would split apart easier than paper. So we need special kind of biogas cylinders, and then we can start packaging and selling them. But of course, a special kind of cylinder means also a special cost, which means they're much more expensive than LPG cylinders. But I think if we work together as a community, we can always find solutions to that. One of the solutions being that if somebody was willing to invest in biogas cylinders and the purification process to remove all the impurities and just bottle, package pure methane in those cylinders, they could start a business of distributing biogas at probably 1/3 the cost of LPG today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you still have more questions, don't worry, just write it. We'll make sure that those questions are answered. All right, so I'd like us to turn to the screen and now listen from Holland. We're going to look at the key findings from the different implementation activities and key plans for 2024 from the Organic Fertilizer Valorization Implementer. I don't know if the picture is very clear for you. I think the internet is not okay. The internet is not internet. I think that's what they say these days. Are we able to see?
Better, we're able to see. That's okay for me.
Okay. We are able to go ahead, right? Good morning. It's a good morning, Salome here. Please go ahead.
Good morning. This is Hans presenting on behalf of Salome. I'm in Machakos in Kenya. So you have to excuse me because of the poor quality of the connection. But the most important is we are here. I'm extremely happy and proud to be part of this program and presenting just after Mikael Mvule. So maybe we can start the presentation. My name is Hans Langeveld. I'm part of the Organic Fertilizer Valorization Implementer, which is part of the ABC program. Good day to you all. Can you start the presentation? So when you let me know when the presentation is on.
Yes, we shall let you know.
The first
Just
slide
share
is
it.
just.
You can. Are you able to share it from your end? Let's quickly share it here.
So I just want to acknowledge the work of all our local partners. As you know, the ABC program is working in 5 countries, including Uganda, Kenya, and then 3 Sahel countries. We have a consortium in the Netherlands. I'm the project leader, but by no way we can do it on our own. I can do it not alone. So we have a range of partners, 2 partners in the Netherlands, DIP Co-op and SNV in the Netherlands. But most important are the local partners, and they are like the stars and the key workers for us. So in Uganda, this is BSUL, and I have been lucky enough to work with BSUL now. Thank you so much. I see that. And you can see that the work has been prepared by a large number of people, including people from the Netherlands, but especially also from BSUL. Florence, thank you so much. Mikael, I'm very happy to have you here. Can we have the next slide? So on the next slide, you can see an overview of what we want to present. I'll give you an idea of the project that we are doing on the Organic Fertilizer Valorization Implementer project. I'll talk about the value chain, but our focus will be on the bioslurry and the compost, and the compost enriched with bioslurry, but I think Mikael covered it already quite well. So maybe I can be brief on that and some elements of our present work. Okay, next slide, please. As I said, we have a lot of partners. So the next slide is giving an overview, yes, thank you, of all the partners, BSUL in Uganda, but also in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, and Kenya. We have lead implementers, and we have partners on the ground and in the field. But we are extremely grateful for the inputs that we get from people like Michelle and Florence and their colleagues. So this slide is giving you a little overview of the activities that we have been doing in the first year of the project, which was 2022, ending in 2023. There's a range of activities. We have an Inoculum platform, which allows us organize online meetings, in-person meetings. We did a baseline on markets. We identified main challenges, and there's a lot of work on the enabling environment. And because of this, we have already been able to get in touch and interact with ministries of energy and ministries of agriculture in all the countries that we work on, including Uganda. We also did a literature review, and we assessed what impact the use of bioslurry for crops can be. So on the next slide, you will see very briefly an overview of the digester and its environment. Huh? Can we have the next slide? Yes. So in some cases, people focus mostly on the biogas, which is it is not a problem because there's been a lot of focus on the side. And as Mikael has explained so clearly and so well, having biogas, replacing firewood, replacing charcoal. There's so many advantages. You save a lot of firewood, you save the trees, you save the soil as well, but also you save money and you have a carbon impact. Our focus is on the bioslurry, which you can see on the right, on the bottom side. So in the next slide, you can see the typical bioslurry value chain. Yes, thank you. So starting from the left, you see all kinds of activities. You have to collect the manure, mix it with water, and then feed the digester. And then from the biodigester, you can get biogas, but also bioslurry. Mikael also mentioned, that some cases the slurry is stored, and we will talk about that. You may add some stuff. You may distribute it in the farm, maybe sell it to a trader, or apply it on the farm. So in the next slide, you will see some basic information about bioslurry. I think this is not new for most of you. So this is basically the result of the decomposition in the biodigester. So the biodigester is like a very slow cooker decomposing the organic matter that is in the feedstock. And usually this is the cattle manure, but it can also be other feedstocks. So if you have this, you can either apply it directly or use it to enrich the compost. So then we will have what we call bioslurry enriched compost, BEC, or back in short. So that is a really strong and powerful fertilizer, and we will tell more about that. So because we use the manure and maybe some other materials, the nutrients are there. And because it has been in a biodigester for several weeks, a lot of the nutrients are already available, readily available to be used by the crop. So that is an advantage of using the slurry rather than the raw manure. And then we will show you what impact this has, not only directly and on the short run, but also on the long run, on the crops and on the soils. So on the next slide, you'll see an overview of the typical range of composition of the bioslurry. I'm not going into the details, but you can see everything is there. What is important is that the pH is very high, which means that it's not acid. And in some cases where the soils are suffering from acidification, especially because of urea application, so this is very good. This is also the case for manure, but it remains the case for slurry and also for the compost on the back. Then we have nitrogen, we have phosphorus, and we have potassium. And I think Mikael already mentioned NPK. These are the major nutrients for the crops. On the next slide, you see what was already mentioned before, that it would be very good to cover the storage of slurry, because then you will reduce the loss of especially nitrogen. If it gets too hot and there's a direct sunlight, we lose some of the nitrogen and the ammonia that is in the slurry, which is a waste because this is a very valuable nutrient. Also, you don't want to leach into the ground, so maybe if you have an impermeable layer to prevent leaching, that would be great. So on the next slide, you will see when you apply bioslurry, you can do it fresh, so that is liquid, but you could also dry it, and I've mentioned the composting. And then during the process of preparing, as I said, you could lose ammonia, but also lose nitrogen through the denitrification. So we have summarized here some options how to best treat the slurry. How to apply it, how to store it, in order to make sure that you make optimal use of the nutrients that are in the slurry. So on the next slide, the next part of the presentation will give you a little detail, not too much, on the project activities that we are currently working on. So one is the added value. That is the impact it has on the crops and on the soils. Then the business case you can make with that, but it was also mentioned. We are also looking at enabling environment. So that is how can we make sure that there's a good structure in place to make sure there's trading and there's guaranteed composition. We also provide training. We develop training materials, and we do a lot of communication. So on the next slide, you see a comparison. The top is from literature, and the other is like a summary of what we have found during the first part of the process. You can see that bioslurry can be applied on many crops. So here we summarize the results for Kenya, maize, China, rice, coffee in Uganda, and carrots in Kenya. So you see that if you want to arrive at, let's say, the average yield that is normally expected from other, let's say, other types of fertilizers, you have to apply, you can apply a considerable amount of bioslurry, and in this case, it's fresh bioslurry. And then on the bottom row of the top table, you see the response in crops in terms of kilograms of the crop per ton of slurry applied. And you see there's a large variation of that. So carrots and in general vegetables, they respond very well. You can see this also on the bottom, in the bottom table. On average, when we have been looking at studies where slurry was applied and compared to application of mineral fertilizers, you see that on average the yields are very similar. The response to the slurry is very similar to compared to the response that you will have with mineral fertilizer, which may be a surprise for some people. It was a surprise to me, but you can see that basically it can really be used as a good replacement of mineral fertilizer, especially on, let's say, perennial crops, including coffee, banana. I also mentioned vegetables. But there's also an added value, and this is what I said, because of any organic fertilizer, so also bioslurry and also compost and also compost made with bioslurry or BEC has a good impact on the soil structure. And so when you look at the next slide, these are some data that we collected from an international soil study. You can see that the amount of nitrogen and the amount of soil that is lost from arable cropping in some cases can be very high, especially locally in Uganda, but also in some cases in other countries. So what is soil erosion? Soil erosion is the loss of the topsoil because you have heavy rainfall, and that means that part of the soil is lost. And including in this soil, you will also lose a considerable amount of nitrogen, which is not what you want. Therefore, if we go to the next slide, it is important that we look for immediate effects, let's say the chemical effects. So compare the amount of NPK nutrients, as Mikael has referred to. So that is an important element of the fertilizer and the fertilizer application. But that is not the only element that you want to look at. You will also want to look at the long-term effect. And the long-term effect can be on soil pH, so that can be acidification. And as I said, in some cases, for example, urea, chemical fertilizer, mineral fertilizer can lead to a lower pH, which is not very favorable for the crops. But also you want to look at the physical structure of the soil, including soil organic matter, the water holding capacity, and the buffering capacity of the soil. And also you want to look at the biological effect, so which is happening on the soil life. And in this table on the right side, you can see that chemical or mineral fertilizers, they're extremely strong and they're very developed for the short-term effects, the chemical effect, the nutrients. But other organic fertilizers, including bioslurry, including compost and BEC, they are stronger on the long-term effects, especially on the physical effects, so the soil structure. So why is this important? If you apply organic fertilizers, you help to restore or maintain the structure of the soil, and that is having an impact on the water infiltration, for example. For this, you need a sufficient amount of soil organic matter. And you can see in the next slide what happens if you apply bioslurry for a longer period. So this is an example. I'm sorry, this is for Burkina Faso. I was there in Sahel 2 weeks ago. So here you can see when we apply organic matter in the bioslurry, let's say when we apply organic fertilizers, in this case bioslurry, you see there that we add organic matter. And if we do this every year, there's an accumulation of the effect, because part of the organic matter will be lost in every year, but it's only 2%. So there's a buildup of soil organic matter. And why is this important? You can see that in this case, it's going to over 3,000 kilogram of accumulated soil organic matter. This is important because when you have a higher soil organic matter content, you have a better structure, and then you have more infiltration, you have less soil erosion, so you lose less of your very important topsoil, you lose less of your nitrogen, which may be lost by soil erosion, but also you have a better water holding capacity. And this is very important in Sahel countries and in the northern part and the eastern part of Kenya, for example, where there's a shortage of water or where the rainfall is not as high as it is in parts of Kenya and especially in Uganda. So there are important reasons why to build up or maintain your soil organic matter is very important and also is valued. And we see this already in Sahel countries. So if we come to the next slide, you can see that when we talk about the business case, we will look at all the elements of the bioslurry and the compost application. Next slide, please. So, yes, thank you. When we talk about business cases, we look at the short-term effects, but also the long-term effects. And the effect of the bioslurry, the effect of the compost depends on the crop. We have already seen that, so we compare a few crops here. But also will depend on the situation on the farm. What is the soil at the current in the current way, and also the type of farming. You can see that in the next slide. The amount of information that we are collecting in order to make sure that we have a good overview, a realistic view of the business case. I'm not going into detail of this, but our friends from BSUL and also our friends from the COOP can talk to you about the details of this. We need information on the biodigester, we need the compost pit if you on the labor that you need, but also we need to see if there's any other inputs. We need to see the labor, the way the labor is let's say valued, and also we need the effects of the slurry, and that includes the short-term effects and the long-term effects, as I have just said. So on the next slide, you can see that more clearly. Here you can see what is the long-term cash flow that is derived from application of slurry or compost over time. So this is not my field, I must admit. So for details, I cannot give them much, but you will understand that it helps if you build up your soil structure, then you will get, let's say, a more than relevant accumulated cash flow. Okay, so what we do in the project of the organic fertilizer valorization, we use scenarios, and this is where we do the calculations to see what happens for a farmer who is owning a biodigester. We see what happens if for a trader, a biodigester enterprise who can get access to the slurry or the compost, and where they can sell it, and what advice they will give to their farmers who are buying that. So we're looking at three types of actors: the farmer, the biodigester enterprises. So these are selling the biodigesters, but it helps in the sales pitch. It helps to show to the farmers what the added value of this is for the crops. And I think Michael already mentioned this very clearly. But also for agro input suppliers, so that is for traders, traders of fertilizer, organic fertilizers, compost. It's important that they know what the added value is, both in short term and long term, of slurry and compost application. So this is what we are working for, and we hope to be able to present some results maybe in later this year, let's say May, June. On the next slide, you will see other work that we do in the organic fertilizer valorization project. This is about enabling environment. So I'm not going into detail, but you can see here that there are a number of elements. You see this on the rows, so that we may need or that we may find in international standards, national standards, regional standards. There are some examples there, but also in policy documents. And you can see that, and this was mentioned, I think, in a discussion before. So specification about packaging. So, for example, is this in identified, is this specified? You see that on the first part of the columns, you see international standards that is covered quite well, and most of the regional national standards as well. In the policy documents, it's not always covered. So you can see in this way, we're not saying one document or one policy or one standard is better than the other, but we try to see what is in the standards, what is in the policy documents, and what would be helpful maybe in the future to see what could be addressed. So this is a first inventory, but I just wanted to share it with you. I think I don't have so much time. So for the next, the Uganda organic fertilizer, I just want to mention that we are looking into that as well. We try to, can we have the next slide? We try to see what is there, and we try to help BSUL and the ministries to see what elements could be there. So I'm not going into detail here. The next slide is also on the enabling environment, is on the policy. The presentation will be shared, but it's just to show you that we really look into this and we try to identify what is going on and compare to other standards, other policies. Can we have the next slide? Other policies and other documentations. Yes, so this is about policies. This will not be a surprise to most of you. So I'm not going to discuss this in details. Apart from the enabling environment, apart from the business cases and the added value, we also work on training. So we're preparing training now for Uganda and Kenya together with another implementer, the EEC implementer, and with the national partners. So you can see that on the next slide. We have, I understand, 17 applications for Uganda from companies that applied to be part of the first round of training. So this is evaluated very thoroughly. We expect to be able to admit 1 or 2 persons for each enterprise that is going to be admitted to the training. But as I said, this is an ongoing process, and the training is hopefully going to take place in the second half of the month of May. Yeah, so it's going to be a physical training, and maybe in the long term we also are looking at an online training. But for now we start with this because we think it's important that all the participants meet eye to eye with the trainers and also with the other companies who are participating in the training. Apart from that, and you can see that in the next slide. Apart from that, we are spending considerable efforts on communication. So I already mentioned the Nokulam platform. This is just to show you that we are trying to organize a number of networking meetings and online meetings and technical briefs, but we're also active on social media, including WhatsApp. And we have a website. So we have all kinds of communications, and this is just a clear message to everybody in the room who are maybe interested in obtaining information. You can see on the next slide, and we'll bring them next week to BSUL. We are preparing posters, and the posters are very let's say, condensed, but also very transparent in the information that they present. So we do this as we go. We have 4 posters for you. We are also preparing them from other countries. Next slide, please. And each of the posters can also be delivered as a handout. So you will have a very concise overview of the information that we are preparing. So communication is important. Yes, this is on the posters. This is just some examples. If you would be interested, just contact BSUL, Michael, Florence, or any of the group, because it is available. You can also go to the website of the Organic Fertilizer Valorization Implementer, and there you can find all the materials, including reports and including presentations. So everything that we do is available. And if you'd have a certain special request, just let us know. Maybe we can help you. This is an overview of a selection of reports. This is like the finest of the finest. We have around 40. That is reports, scientific papers, and manuals that we have been selecting, and they will be available on the website. We'll give them the PDF files also to our national partners, including BSUL. So there are some next steps here on this slide. I don't want to go too much into that because well, maybe I'm taking the risk of taking too much of your time. As I said, this is part of the ABC program. The program ABC is an element of NDEF. There's so many partners, national, international, that are part of this. So we couldn't be doing this. I'm very happy to thank again BSUL and other partners, and repeat that we're open for any collaboration with companies, with projects, or with other stakeholders. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There's a question here for you. What plans are there, especially regarding supporting of the already installed digesters?
So what type of biodigesters are in place in Uganda?
Yes.
Well, I think this is what Mika Mvula shared. I think most of them are fixed dome. We have some prefabs, but basically that is what is on the ground, and most of them are not too big. In some cases, we see that medium scale is also picking up, but in many cases, level, and it could be like 3, 6, or 9 cubic meters.
Okay. Any other question in the room? Comment? Okay, there's a question for you.
Thank you very much. From the presentations, it is evident that for the business cases that have been presented, without biocereal, the biodigesters will not provide any economic benefit to the owners. So yes, it is therefore important that all the target groups should focus more on farmers, because the first reason is that you will find most of the digesters in operation having a lot of biocereal that is not being utilized. Reason, the digester owners are not farmers. And the farming benefits exhibit themselves because people are able to see how the yields are doing well. So to increase uptake, we need to target farmers other than just recruiting households that are able to maybe cost share on the construction of digesters. The second point is that we need to help the digester owners on biocereal processing, because most of the biocereal pit holders are small, and you find farmers cannot add biocereal, especially during the rainy season, because the nutrients will leach out. So we need to integrate in elements of supporting farmers on how to dry biocereal and package it for commercialization, but also for application at the right season. Thank you.
Thank you. I could not agree more. So I think this is well said. But I also think it will depend on the situation where you are. What we see in countries where the areas are dry and water is really, let's say rainfall is maybe erratic, that the value of the organic matter and the value of the compost made is appreciated much more than the value of the gas. But that will depend on the region where you are. But in general, I can support what you're saying. I think it is important that we use the nutrients and the organic matter in the slurry, in the compost, in an efficient way. Farmers understand that. Farmers know that. But sometimes we have to learn them or to show them that mineral fertilizers are okay, but they're very expensive and there's not always needed. When you have good or organic fertilizer, when you have the bioslurry, when you have compost, you can replace expensive mineral fertilizer, and also you can build on the capacity of your soil. So I totally agree. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My first recommendation or suggestion would be, looking at the biogas case for Uganda, areas that are most promising for biogas investment lie in the cattle corridor. If we are to look at the livestock waste before we venture into the municipal waste. But also, we are cognizant that these spaces are also water constrained, particularly in the dry spells of June to August. Could we also venture or look into aspects as we look at organic fertilizer, embrace aspects of water recycling? Can we do a bit of water recovery? Maybe that is something that we can look at from the biogas solution in Uganda. If we can do a bit of water recovery to minimize the water wastage. Also, like my colleague mentioned, biogas is labor intense. And probably that's why people don't care about the salary at the end as the effluent, because they do not want to put more effort into its drying and the packaging. But there is a business case. My expectation from the presentation as well was, could we look at the impact on the levels of the pathogens? Could we look at digestion as a mechanism of minimizing the pathogens in this in the livestock waste? Second, the last one is on the case of Uganda, for instance. We've had tremendous failures in the biogas subspace due to one, labor intensity and appreciation of what biogas can offer. I don't know from your other case studies that you've shared, beyond just the fertilizer, how have they been able to sustain the operation of these digesters? Submit.
So thank you. Can you repeat the last part of the question?
Yeah, my inquiry, because now it's more like we are trying to benchmark on the other countries you've mentioned in your presentation. My question is, how have they been able to succeed at sustaining their digesters operational? Because when you look at the previous project we had for biogas in Uganda, I think the phase one of the Africa Biogas Partnership Program, over 27% of digesters failed in less than 2 years, mostly because of owners abandoning them. So even as we look at the business case, we need to look at the sustainability of these systems so that we do not have losses at the end of the project.
Yes, thank you. Well, I understand labor and water is an issue. So if people are short in labor, then I can understand that they are not looking for extra work. For me, bioslurry is like a moneymaker. So you can replace mineral fertilizer or get a higher yield because it's a more complete fertilizer than mineral fertilizer. Mineral fertilizer like urea or like NPK fertilizers, they just focus on 3 nutrients, 3 only, which are very important. And this is very strong, especially in the case of cereals like maize and millets. But there's also a lot of other nutrients that are needed. So you can save money or you can make more money with your crop. And I think I cannot look into the agenda of the farmers, but I think if we can explain this better and maybe earlier in the process, not just after people have installed this installation, then they can make a better balanced assessment whether or not it's good for them. When it comes to the drier areas in terms of water, I think what you don't want is you don't want soil erosion, because soil erosion is the loss of water that is not even entering the soil. It's on top and then it's flushed away. You don't want that. You want it to be in the soil because then it can be used for the crop later. So you want a soil which is more open, which has a better structure in the sense of allowing water to filter into it. So you need organic matter for that. I'm not sure to what extent this is shared, this information is shared by extension workers. I'm not sure what is the situation, but I strongly recommend that people look more into this. So not only NPK nutrients, but also the long-term effect. If you have a better soil structure, more water is getting into the soil, and then you can use it later when the water is needed and when the crops are there. So this is always important. And we intend to bring this together in the business case. So it will be more complex, but also, let's say, more realistic in terms of a comparison of the cost, including labor requirement, and the benefits, which include, let's say, the infiltration and the soil structure improvement. It's not for me to judge what farmers should do with their investment or whether or not they should buy a biodigester. I strongly recommend it, but I see they struggle. They have many problems. And I don't even want to be in that situation where I say to others, this is what you should do. I think our role is as organic fertilizer valorization implementers, including the lead implementer GIZ and SNV in Uganda, including BSUL. Our role is to make sure that people are well informed before they make this before they make the assessment. So we try to make as clear as possible that there is a much wider assessment needed in terms of benefits and costs. I hope and I'm convinced that this will help farmers and others to make a more realistic assessment whether or not it's good for them. So I cannot judge the way the previous program has been operating. I was not part of that. I have not been there. I have not seen it. I have heard the stories. I understand it is a problem. And therefore I strongly advocate, as you will see, I'm very much into this. I strongly advocate a stronger focus on the soil. So what we see now in the enabling environment, we see this all around Africa. There's much more emphasis on the soil now because we need more and better improvement of the soil and care of the soil if we want to be able to fight the effect of climate change. That is one thing. So we really need more to invest more in the soil, and I think the African Union is recognizing this, and I see a lot of activities going on, and I strongly support that. But as I said, well, I cannot judge what the individual assessments are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I have to let you go, but we'll have those questions sent because we need to get to the next session. If you have a question, please write it. Yeah, write it. Don't forget it. Make sure you keep it. Thank you again.
My colleague. Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you
What were
for your
you
time,
saying?
and thank you for accommodating me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you again. Let me ask you to first stand up because I see some of you. Some of us are about to fall off the table. Before we actively start sleeping. Okay, just stretch a bit. Yeah, stretch. Huh? Ask your neighbor, you still awake? So, I want us to do this. In 1 minute, production team will help me time. In 60 seconds, this is your task. Are we together? Yeah? The person that wins this challenge, I'll give you a gift. I have a very nice gift, by the way. Yeah? Are we together? 60 seconds. Have we started timing? When I say go, we start timing 60 seconds. The person that collects the most high tens, not high fives. Yeah? This is a high five. Yeah? But this is a high 10. So the one who collects the most, I'll be here. I'm watching. The winner will get a gift from me. Production team, are you ready? 60 seconds, eh? When I say, why are you high-turning? Before I tell you, you are getting sassy. Aha, you move around and get as many high tens. Huh? Okay, are we ready? 3, 2, hey. Excuse me. You people, you be as if you don't care. Eh? Hands free. People are already high-turning. 3, 2, 1, go. You count the tens you've got. There are some of you who have stayed in one position. They are saying the high 10 will reach me. Uh-huh. 23 seconds down. Hey, how many high tens are you getting? Hey, there's a boss here is waiting. If you had a high 10, you come to him. 30 seconds. Yeah, but for me, I'm like Chigundo. You are compromising me. Are you? We are down to 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But madam, you've got many high tens. Who is the winner? Hi. Hey. She's the winner of the high 10 challenge. We give her, clap for her. So this is the gift. When we are going for lunch, you're the first to serve. That's a good gift. Eh? That's a good gift. So the good thing you're seated next to Eva, she will sort you out. Wonderful. Thank you so much for participating. Are we awake? So we are just going to go through the next presentation. I asked the presenters in the next session to use 10 minutes. Then we shall have reactions after those presentations. Yeah, I see some of us are also active on our WhatsApp that is loaded on the laptop. Please, if you can, just close it for some time so we can all benefit. First up, we're going to hear the key highlights of the EEC achievements in 2023. Let me welcome a representative from EEC, to come.
A very good afternoon to you. Good afternoon. You've just been high-turning, so let's keep in that mode. Don't give me a very heavy task. Yeah, so my name is Daniel Bukenya Iga. No relationship with the former vice president at all, although we may be looking alike. I am the regional relationship manager for the Energy Enterprise Coach, covering Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, and Malawi. And my task is very simple, and I pray that I use a lot less than 10 minutes to share with you the highlights of our engagement with businesses in the ABC or biogas sector, ABC project or biogas sector. And this was in 2023. We made a call of applications, and we were fortunate enough to have 33 applications come through. And this was a mixed bag of some businesses in the HTTC and those in the lower tier clean cooking. But by and large, most were from the biogas sector. We managed to get some 14 businesses invited for the cohort training, and 9 businesses of those were squarely in the biogas sector. But some of them also had a mix of other products that they bring on board to make their businesses sustainable. Typically, you won't get somebody doing fixed dome biogas systems being really sustainable because installations are few and far in between and hard to bring together. So some of them have accessories, some of them have other products in the renewable energy space that they engage in. We made sure that all applicants who got through our portal did not leave empty-handed. And as such, we supported them with e-learning, with our e-learning program, where they are able to engage and go through an e-course and get certifications on the business fundamentals and also further business trainings. And what we did was make sure that this is a mix that cuts across for all businesses that we engage. I hasten to add that we had 3 businesses being brought on for the direct mentorship program, of which one was a biogas business which fell off because of certain levels of maturity and also demands that we couldn't cover, both on the ABC side and the EEC side. But we are still in touch with this particular business. The other 2 were in the HTTC space. More to these, I just wanted to highlight to you, I don't know whether this points, but to highlight to you on the left side, we found that quite a number of these businesses had the challenge of understanding and implementing business fundamentals. And that basically brought us to the basics, making sure that we bring them to speed. John mentioned here earlier that biogas businesses are by and large in kindergarten. And there's no better evidence than the graphs that you see across. And this came through in the application phase. We also had them, the applicants, ask for other, additional trainings to make sure that they cover, the basis of marketing, the basis of distribution, business development, as well as access to finance, especially when it comes to pitching, when it comes to interfacing also with stakeholders. Because access to finance may not particularly mean money, but also means engaging stakeholders who eventually support us to reduce on our expenditure. You've heard of results-based financing, which typically is not good from banks, but from stakeholders like some who are present here. Overview of the shortlisted enterprises that we had. I told you we ended up with 17. 3 took on the direct mentorship, and 14 were admitted for cohort training. And when you look at the lattice below, most of the businesses, like I mentioned earlier, were engaged in the biogas sector. Fixed dome that came through very, very, very strongly. And then the kit biogas engaged businesses came in second. And I noticed also And as time has gone by, quite a number of those that are engaged in fixed dome installation are also now working with people like Sistema and Home Biogas. I don't know whether Home Biogas is still active here, but by then there was also Home Biogas. There's some kind of, fighting for the market locally to be able to drive up their sales. We also had one business come in strongly on bioslurry, and this is a business that we're also considering for the off-V window that is going to take place. Now, this slide is to show you the inner workings of Energy Enterprise Coach. What we typically do is to get our SMEs through a holistic journey, one that is unlike the rest that you'll see on the market. We take them through an application process and use SmartME, a very good online tool where we draw applications and also use the same applications to create data that informs us where these businesses are, what their needs are, and how we are to engage them. So we basically shoot two birds with one stone, both the application and the needs assessment. And then we take them through the diagnostic stage, and typically we break them into three: the venture stage businesses, startup stage businesses, and growth stage businesses. And like John said, and several presenters that spoke in the early morning, most of our biogas enterprises are still young and need to be handheld. But the beauty is that most of them have technical skills, and they only need to be, honed up when it comes to business skills and soft skills in terms of leadership. So, after breaking them into the three, we decided to have some go through e-learning, especially those that didn't measure up with the rigorous diagnostic and due diligence process that we had. And then the 14 that I mentioned earlier were funneled through the cohort training. And then we decided to take the 3 through direct mentorship. Now, what has happened so far is that all these businesses, whether you are going through cohort training or mentorship whether cohort training or mentorship, you have to utilize the e-learning platform. The reason for this is that most business development service providers have focused on the leaders of these businesses, and that knowledge is typically not translated, doesn't trickle down to being implemented within the business. So what we decided to do is, yes, we deal with 2 individuals, the CEO and a functional head, especially when it comes to cohort training. If it is financial accounting, we need the finance person there. If it is marketing, we need the marketing person there. But the CEO or the business leader is a constant so that he can have a 360-degree view of matters in the business. But the e-learning was open to all, for all businesses. If you have your staff members, whether they are 10 or 20 or 5, we gave them leeway to access the e-learning platform so that these concepts that we have through cohort training are also trickled down to the staff of these businesses. And the beauty is that this has started showing barely 13 months later, as we'll be discussing. Some of the businesses are here and they can be able to give you their testimonies, but we'll pick out one that I'll speak about. So after the split of e-learning, cohort training, and individual coaching, the next trajectory is to make sure that these businesses are handed over to other business development service providers who may be incisive in terms of depth and breadth of certain topics, or handed over to financiers. We haven't yet registered access to finance on this side, but we have been working closely with some of the businesses applying on platforms like the UECCC, UNCDF, and the like. There is one thing that I didn't want to forget before I move to the next slide. Tap, 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 tap. When it comes, I'll speak to it. So, like I belabored to mention earlier, the businesses that we have under ABC, under the biogas sector, their challenge in terms of access to finance is that they're not considered well when it comes to your typical mainstream banks. And I'm glad the people working with the enabling environment have supported in stimulating the demand side to make sure that people come to access the kit biogas systems or the fixed dome systems. But the business itself, in terms of need for finance, catalytic funding was found to be a lot more in tandem with the financial needs of these businesses. They are not ready for impact investment. They are not ready for commercial lending. So by and large, they are more on the higher risk, investor risk side of the investment continuum. So our challenge as EEC, and we are still working with you for the foreseeable future, is to move these biogas businesses from the higher investor risk side, where there is need for grants and catalytic financing, as it were, to bring them down to the more commercial based lending, where they are more robust, more strong, and can be able to handle their costs as well as their revenues and profits. So we work towards moving them in that direction, of course working hand in hand with you. I want to comment about the internals of the training that we have been able to provide. Business Fundamentals 1 came out very strongly, and this was picked out of the application forms that we received. And the key areas were the areas of entrepreneurship, company life cycle, defining business mission, vision, values, SWOT analysis, and the like. What we picked was some of these businesses were not aware, even of themselves. A guy wakes up and he's going to Isinjiro to install a biogas plant, then he's called again to Nakaseke to install. So for them, that is a business. And what they do is to just simply get the profit margin, quote unquote profit margin. And the costs, some of which are not cash costs, are not accounted for. So we decided to start from the very basics. And like John said earlier, John, sorry for referring to you very often, we started from kindergarten. And then took them on to the area of speaking to investors, because that came out very saliently. Most of these businesses were found to be diffident when engaging investors. They could not articulate their businesses, they could not articulate their numbers. And now we are on a huge drive of taking them through financial accounting, bookkeeping, and bookkeeping mentorship to make sure that that side, that base is covered. Any financier or any banker will want to look at the numbers first before they hear the story. I've had the privilege of going through the finance sector in various stages of my career, and these are things that we need to translate in such a nascent sector. When it comes to Business Fundamentals 2, we took them through value proposition, customer segmentation, which is very important, customer segmentation, unique sales proposition, as well as taking them through the business model canvas, which has almost become cliche now, but is very important for businesses that want to build robust business plans. At least the business model canvas gives you a dashboard to see where to focus and where to, put effort as a business. So there have been good outcomes out of the trainings. And some of the businesses, like I'll mention later, have been able to gain a lot of traction when it comes to building their biogas companies. Let me speak here about the mentorship trajectory, which is we pride ourselves in terms of implementation. We've been able to draw mentors from various disciplines to support these businesses, right from, carbon finance, carbon credits, down to developing business plans, financial projections, financial analysis, and the like. And what we decided to do in these mentorships is to focus on the output, so that each business getting out of our mentorship trajectory can be able to come out with tangible, documents which are typically requested for by stakeholders or by investors or by financiers. So right now we have those businesses that have showcased there that are going now through a rigorous mentorship process, with our mentors visiting them at their sites. These mentors, we didn't get them as armchair mentors, but we asked that they be able to visit and have several meetings with these businesses. And whatever is coming out of this is picked up and shared with stakeholders, as well as with rather implementing stakeholders, but as well as with key stakeholders for the businesses. So my role is to make sure that I'm the conduit through which these businesses are able to talk to financial institutions and other stakeholders. Now, this is the business that we wanted to showcase today, Enacom Limited. And I'll just share with you this as I close. Pre-engagement, we found this business with challenges in sales for their fixed dome biogas plants. They needed refining their value proposition and identifying their client persona. They were inarticulate when engaging stakeholders, especially financiers. And we took them through the trainings, and now we are taking them through mentorship, where we are expecting a comprehensive sales plan for the business, good product definition and value proposition, as well as an investor pitch deck. The results so far for this business are that it's more bullish on the market. Right now, the client is out in the field installing biogas plants. He couldn't be here with us because of now the sales growing. He has taken on new partnership with Systema Bio for the kit biogas systems. By the time he was engaging us, he was only dealing with the fixed dome biogas systems. Lessons learned. Bringing businesses together helps to bring diverse skill sets and experiences and supports them with problem solving. Then access to finance should not be construed as the major or the top challenge for biogas companies. There's a lot more elementary stuff that needs to be handled before we talk about access to finance very, very seriously. So not all businesses understand and appreciate business fundamentals. That's what we picked out. And then there is also need for leadership and governance training for biogas enterprises. Most of them are running by and large as sole proprietorships, although they are limited liability companies. So that is a gap that needs to be done. Then we also learned that networking accelerates growth, because we had participants cross-pollinating ideas and also getting into partnerships that are now proving to be enduring and supporting them to grow their top lines. Then continuous learning and iteration need to address core issues of the business. So we look at this as a relationship with these businesses and not a transaction which has to end at a certain point. Thank you and be blessed. Brian, I hope I've kept the time.
You've run by 30 seconds, but it's okay.
Thank you.
It's okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. So please keep the question. We'll ask all the questions at once. Huh? All right. So the next presentation is about access to finance implementers. Let me call the representative of access to finance implementers to come and also present some of those plans.
Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity. Before is Daniel Egesa. I'm in for Friends Consult. We did a limited market due diligence for ABC project. And this focused on getting information which helped us to come up with the product. And this information came from the users of biodigesters and the potential users, which aimed to increase access to finance. We visited a lot of financial institutions countrywide, and these were running from tier 1 to tier 4. And for each of the financial institutions, we looked at the potential borrowers. Those are people who are not currently having biodigesters, but they have interest. And then we also looked at the borrowers. We looked at the financial institution managers, who included the credit team and so on. We also looked at the demand and supply constraints of these financial institutions and also the biodigester users. And then later on, we proposed solutions or recommendations. And among the findings, one is the loan demands were very low, and this depended on the business development use. For instance, you'd find that the financial institution has a low portfolio simply because the market is a bit low. And then the other finding was the knowledge among the financial institutions was low about biodigesters, and most of them you would find that they have the product, but it's not much intended for biodigester users. They just have it for business, and they didn't have that much knowledge to expound it for to increase the demand and so on. And then we also found out that there is need of special funding for these financial institutions, just that their portfolios were low, and most of them would tell you that the portfolio is low because of the demand. So in case the portfolio is high, they would ensure that the demand also grows, so they needed a special funding. Then we also looked at different constraints which were identified in the report. This report is still under review with SNV and RVO. That's why we've not brought out everything, because it's not yet finalized. Then from that, as I've said that the limited market due diligence helped us to get the information which guided us to come up with a master biodigester loan product. We called it a master biodigester loan product because it's going to be adopted by every financial institution, that is from tier 1 to tier 4. They might have a chance to change the name of the product, but they will not change the features of the product, meaning that the features of this loan with Centenary, for instance, will be the same features with maybe Buturo, Sako, Ebo, and so on. So that's why we named it a master biodigester loan product. So for it, it aims at helping the financial institutions or helping the financial institutions to finance or to increase access to finance for these biodigester users. And that is also done, and it's still under review. Then what we are currently doing is technical assistance to these financial institutions. We are currently providing that to financial institutions at all levels, and we are also providing support to SNV and the ABC team entirely. As of now, that's what we can present because everything is still under development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The last presentation for this session is going to be presented by Sistema. They'll talk about the prefabricated biodigesters market penetration in Uganda.
Good afternoon to everyone here. Thank you for making time to come and be part of this. My name is David Mwesigwa, Brand and Marketing Coordinator, Sistema Bio, Uganda. Just to give you a brief background about Sistema, we are a global company that has operations in 3 continents, Africa, Asia, and America. We are headquartered in Mexico, and we currently have a year and 5 months presence in Uganda, which has gone really well. We are a social enterprise addressing poverty, food security, and climate change. And with this, we have had over 60,000 prefabricated digesters that have been installed in the 3 continents where we are present. And to narrow it down to Uganda, as of today, we have 580 installations of prefabricated digesters in different sizes, since we have modular kits. So recently, we launched a carbon-financed program, which is called the Uganda Dairy Biogas Program, with an aim to have impact on 10,000 farmers. And this has gone well so far. Like I said, we have 580 installations, and we're working with different carbon financing partners, such as Native Energy, which are putting in the money to make sure that this happens and impact is taken to the farmers in the different areas. We have this program specifically to enable the farmers afford the digesters in the different regions. We realize that some of the blockers are affordability, and that's why we have this program, to make it possible for farmers to have access to these prefabricated biodigesters. And we're doing this in partnership with local organizations, whereby we're working with different companies in the different regions. Currently in Uganda, we are present in 3 regions. That's the West, East, and Central region. So every region has partners that are helping us install, do service visits, and also implement our technology. So on that note, I would actually love to thank Mr. Iga for taking on Enacom, who is one of our partners, and giving them that, push in their program. So what are the opportunities in Uganda? Uganda has the sufficient market, with many farmers having 2 or more animals, and this gives us a chance to be able to sell to them our prefabricated systems. Because for as low as 2 animals, you're able to have I should say, one of the smallest sizes, which is a 12 cubic meter biodigester. There is high demand for clean and renewable energy solutions, and this is also a factor as to why there is ready market for our system, and also collaborative partnerships with local stakeholders, financial institutions, and cooperatives. Some of the local stakeholders, like I mentioned, are the partners who help us distribute and install our systems. We have to work with existing partners and stakeholders like BSUL, SNV, financial institutions like Ebosako in the West, Equity Bank, and many others. So there is also the fact that we need to grow awareness and interest in sustainable farming practices. So as everyone tries to move to this trend, Sistema plugs in right there, because we provide you with a sustainable product. The main challenges we have include the high costs, like I mentioned earlier. So farmers have a problem of being able to afford some of these products, And that's where we have interventions from different stakeholders to come in and plug that gap and be able to have everyone jump onto the clean energy space. Then the limited access to financing still goes back to the first point. And then the partners, some of the partners we look out for are short of capital to, to make sure that operations run smoothly, and that's also a setback. And thanks to different other stakeholders, we're having these partners financed and also boosted so that they can carry on operations smoothly. Then one of the biggest challenges is awareness, low awareness and education on the biogas technology, as well as bioslurry usage. So this is a big factor that tackles all our partners and all stakeholders, whereby everyone, I'm sure everyone in this room has had a moment where they have to explain to someone what biogas is, what bioslurry is. And so the more we do this, the more we increase awareness, the better we move the products. So what are our recommendations or our solutions to this? Presenting compelling value propositions to potential users. For example, if you're selling to a farmer who, like earlier mentioned, some of these are businessmen and are not farmers, and they just want to put a digester in their homes and go on with their business. But you reach a point where you're selling to this person and they don't really want to get your digester. But if you tell them the value from the value of the digester, then you easily compel them to buy the digester. For example, if you tell a businessman, look, you also have banana plantations, coffee plantations, you can use our bioslurry in those plantations. Such information gives you a top edge on having to close this sale. So we also explore innovative financing mechanisms and partnerships. Like I said, we have partnerships with financial institutions, Ebosaco, Equity Bank, and others that we are still talking to. We also have situations where we have the ABC program, and all this is coming in to bridge that finance gap and be able to make biodigesters accessible and affordable to farmers. We also strengthen partnerships with local stakeholders and provide financial management support to our partners. All our partners in the various regions are given this support, and still to top it up, they are getting support from other stakeholders like EEC, and this is going a long way in improving our penetration. We also have an option where we offer flexible payments and enhance after-sale services for improved customer satisfaction. It's very key to follow up on after-sales after having your installation done, because that's where you're going to get recommendations. If you sold to me a digester and 3 months down the road it's not working, I'm not hearing from you, I'll not be able to refer my neighbor or ask them to buy it. So after sales is quite important in our sector, so we make sure we go big on that and make sure all our clients are happy. So like we had mentioned earlier, that awareness is a big challenge, and that's why we go for having marketing activations, drives, partnering with some of already existing marketing drives. For example, currently there is a program running in Western Uganda where SNV is meeting different trainers, and we are being part of that. We are doing that hand in hand with SNV. So such things are going a long way in increasing awareness, doing awareness drives throughout the country in the different regions, radio talk shows, TV adverts. So all this goes a long way in making sure that our products are delivered to the last mile. And none of this can happen single-handedly. That's why we always look out to partner with different people in the different sectors in the biogas industry or in the renewable energy space industry. And that's how, so far, we've been able to penetrate the Uganda market as Systema Bio, providing prefabricated biodigesters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to take questions, comments. Questions, comments?
And thank you, moderator, and then the presenter. I wanted to find out from the presenter what could be the cost of installing a prefabricated biodigester. And then you say that you are operating in central, western, and eastern Uganda. Do you have any plan to go to northern Uganda? Because I believe also we have the potential. Thank you.
Question? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. You talked about the carbon finance mechanism that they are using. I would like to know more about it, how you executing it. And I'm also asking, has there been any possibility of looking at structured payments, borrowing from the successes of solar, adopting pay-as-you-go? Could we also think through if we could have pay-as-you-go arrangements for biogas systems? I think it also goes to the other colleague that talked about financing.
I also heard that the smallest system is about 12 cubic meters. So what happens to others? Do we have some smaller systems?
Yeah, thank you, presenters. The respective presenters, I think this one specifically goes to the Energy Enterprise Coach. We have noted that when we are making attractions for the different people that can benefit under this, it is done under online system. I would like just to draw your attention that we have a number of artisans who are operating, some of them they are informally. How do we take care of building the capacity of those that may not be able to reach out on the online application? Thank you.
Thank you so much, the presenters. I think mine, again, rotates around the business case of the entire biogas technology. I think as we are bringing in a few recommendations, like, linking the farmers maybe to financial institutions, looking at other possible people who can invest and support them to access these technologies. I think also us as users, one of the other key things we need to look at which type of farmers do we have, because they are an important segment in this value chain. Perhaps maybe we need to think about how we can develop some packages for all of them. The small-scale farmers, maybe to start with, those who have maybe 2 cows, or those who have some other animals within their homesteads. Then maybe we categorize the medium, then we categorize the large scale, and then we can be able to support them in such a way. Because I'm so sure even these financial institutions, it is always tricky. They are not going to support everyone. But I think it's high time that we look into that system where we can bring all these packages together, then we embed it in our plan of rolling out these technologies. Then secondly, the other one again goes to Mr. Bukenya. I would love to see these 9. If I'm a person and I'm giving them business maybe, have we developed capacity for them to collaborate? Apart from them working as businesses individually, are there any special mentorship programs that they have given them to see that they can speak to each other, or even maybe form some form of consortium, and they are able to speak to bigger investors who can come here and maybe they give them some support jointly, not individually. One of the other big problems I think we have with some of our private sectors is that everyone wants to work alone. The investors could be there, but we need to develop cases that are big and also they are reflecting the importance of reaching out to many farmers. And then finally, I take note in the presentation that one of the presenters highlighted about the Uganda organic fertilizer standards. And I agree with him entirely that there are really gaps identified on who are the regulatory bodies. But I think, again, this has to come out clearly. As you are aware, I know Energy is developing a biogas strategy where we've participated as MAIF very much. And I can attest to the fact that there is one of those big pillars that was looking around this. But also in the National Organic Agriculture Bill that we are setting up to support the National Organic Agriculture Policy, these are some of the issues that have come out strongly. And again, working with all the stakeholders, I'm sure with UNBS inclusive, we are trying to see who has the best mandate to follow up on this. And then we see how we work together to ensure that we correct this anomaly. And I think in previous meetings, again, we've recommended, where possible, if there is need to review, to include in some of these gaps, let us do it for the benefit of all the other actors in the value chain. Thank you. I beg to submit.
So what I hear you, we can create some packages based on the scale of someone's business instead of selling one blanket thing, right? And also power in collaboration. Scalability can attract investors faster, right? Okay, we'll start with your question.
Thank you so much for the questions. I'll start with the cost of every digester. So we currently, on the Uganda market, we have 3 sizes. The first size being the Systema 12, which is a 12 cubic prefabricated digester, and it goes for 1,570,000 shillings. The second size is the 16 cubic, Systema 16, which goes for 2,570,000 shillings. And the third size is the Systema 20, which goes for 3 million Uganda shillings. All these sizes are modular, meaning depending on your need. For example, you could have, these sizes depend on the number of animals you have. If we go with cows, Systema 12 is 2 to 3 cows. Systema 16 is 3 to 9 cows, 3 to 5 cows. Systema 20 is anything above 9 cows. So depending on your need, if you have 40 cows and you still want to use that biogas, you can't get all the biogas out of it, we can have a modular setup where you can have a Systema 60 or even 80 by setting up 3 20s in parallel. So there is no limit to how many systems you can have, depends on your need. And about the question of being in northern Uganda, currently we work in East, Central, and West. That's because of the partners we have identified who are able to execute. Systema as a company does the production of these prefabs, and then we work with our partners to have the distribution and installations. So we are still trying to identify a company in that region that can be able to distribute, do after-sales services, do installations. And just like Mr. Igad mentioned earlier, it makes no sense, for example, to be based in Kampala and you're installing in Gulu or Lira, because the cost of installation is going to bite you in the end. Yes. The second question was about execution of carbon finance. What we do right now is we have a contract with every farmer who purchases our biodigester. And the thing is, with the discount or the incentive offered by Native Energy, in the contract you find that the farmer waivers their right to the carbon credits. So we take on the carbon credits at the cost of the discount. I hope that answers you. And about the structured payments to pay as you go, Like I said, we work with partners, so it depends on the partner and how flexible they are with, collecting payments. Some partners collect 50% before they do anything, others 70%, others 100%. So it depends on which region and which partner is working in that area. Just go to the next question. The smallest system I've personally seen a 4 cubic meter in Nairobi, but these are phased out because of the needs. For example, in Uganda, we had 6 cubic meters, but we realized that a family of 5 people wasn't being, supported well by these sizes. That's why we decided that from the research, it shows that if someone has a 12 cubic and there are 4 to 5 people on average in a family homestead, then they are able to be sorted totally. And yeah, I think that's the questions.
Okay. Hopefully, I guess as the sector grows, it can be a requirement for these partners that, the way Momo is, you have to do Momo if you are to accept. If you are a petrol station, if you're a Shell petrol station, they sign with the entire, group, and you have to take it. Yes, Bukenya.
I think I had a couple of questions. Huh? There was one to do with the application being online. We have supported some businesses that have had challenges applying online. Internet in the country doesn't give the same experience across the country. There are those that can't apply online, particularly because of their stage of growth, and particularly because they cannot even go through the rigors of the application process, let alone the program that we propose. So those, there's quite a number of them. There are alternative ways of engaging them. Biogas Solutions is here. They have their outreach program, SNV. So they help to bring them from their really nascent stage to a level where now people like EEC can engage them and get them to benefit from the services we offer. There was a question on collaboration. The reason why we would have done, online training throughout, but the reason why we decided to have cohort training and make sure that was a mixed bag of businesses that were one-track minded, dealing only with solar, some that are dealing with biogas, some that are having a cross, a bigger bouquet of products that they are dealing with. It helped us to have cross-pollination. When we are carrying out this program, we carry it out as facilitators because these are adults we are dealing with. And as such, we give them liberty to interact and to forge, enduring friendships and get to work together. I'll hasten to add too that we have an EEC community, WhatsApp group, email group where we share opportunities and where we get these businesses to interact. So that is already taken care of, just for your information. Thank you.
Thank you. A question came in about execution of carbon finance, right? What we are doing, the loan product we are doing is focusing on farmers, on schools which are interested in using biogas. Currently, we haven't looked at the carbon finance. However, pardon? All right, thank you. What we are doing is specifically, we are targeting farmers and schools and other biogas users. Thank you. Yes. In our master biodigester loan product, it looks at all categories. We are looking at a farmer who has about 4 cows and wants to set up a biodigester system. And we are also looking at a big consumer like a school. So the loans with the features of the loans of that loan caters for all categories, right from the lower consumer to the higher consumer. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think I'll just re-echo that. So the Uganda Dairy Biogas Program is a program implemented by Sistema, funded by Native Energy, which is an American company. So they funded this project to make sure that biodigesters are accessible to these different farmers. Initially, you'd find that a Sistema 12, the 12 cubic would go for 3.8 million, but now it's at 1.57. So that huge discount is as a result of that financing. But how do we execute this? So the idea is to install 10,000 biodigesters. Native Energy needs to get something back, which is, because for every digester you install, you're getting carbon credits from it, yeah? So there is a calculation that after 10,000 installations, this is the number of credits we'll get, and that's how it goes back to Native Energy, yeah. Thank you. So to answer the first question, when, like I said, it's the Uganda Dairy Biogas Program. So we're looking at dairy farmers, but we've had a bit of leeway where we've included swine farmers as well. So if you have one of the 2 animals, you're able to qualify for that program. Right now, if you wanted to purchase a Sistema biodigester and you had only poultry, you'd have to pay the initial price, because we are not going to be able to monitor the carbon credits from that. And to answer your second question, which was tracking, yes. So every digester that has been installed is entered in our system. We have every sales agent, every technical person who is registered under these partners has an account with a reporting system, which is TerraWorks, which feeds directly into a data analysis system called Salesforce. So we're able to know all the installations done, all the sales done. And we have monitorings that are done. So monitoring 1, which is the commissioning, monitoring 2, which is more of after sales, and also monitoring 3. So with these 3, and they are spaced, you know, monitoring 1 can happen, a commission can happen in 3 weeks, 4 weeks, yeah, depending on how fast the digester is ready. And then the next one is after 3 months, then 6 months. So we are always in touch with our farmers, and our technical team is always readily available to help, because all our partners are trained technically. So they have a list of technicians who are trained and authorized by Sistema Bio to be able to execute. Yeah, it stretches. After the first year, we keep having what we call, it's more like an analysis call to know how you're working with a digester, is it performing what you expected it to do? For example, if you bought a Systema 12, is it cooking for the 5 to 7 hours that we told you it is? And if anything is not right in that way, we send people to help you. So we are with you at every stage. And the good thing you said, the problem might not be with the product, because, for example, our product is guaranteed 25 years lifespan. Yeah.
All right. I remember someone mentioned also mindset change. So there might be a lot of work done there, because why should someone abandon a working system after 2 years? There must be a problem with the user, not the product. So I am glad these conversations are being had. We are going to continue them after lunch. So I request all of us to go downstairs in the dining area. Stephen, are we getting a coupon? We are? Nice. Pick a lunch coupon. Go have a meal. We are coming back at 2:30, okay? And we resume with the afternoon session. You can also interact as you have this meal. You could have some of those questions answered. See you at 2:30. Ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen.
yes, while you're having lunch, please, I think you should carry your laptop with you. Please go with your property. We don't want to, we know Jesus paid it all, but let's not give the devil a chance. Someone can easily come in and borrows it. So go with your laptop, please, 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 as you have lunch.
Check mic. Check mic. Check mic. Check mic. Check mic. Check mic.
Okay. So those who are outside, please come in, and we start our afternoon session. I promise you it's not going to take long. The meal has been satisfying, so this is now going to be a battle. The room is hot. I think we should open the curtains. Even the curtains encourage some behavior. Let's put in as much light as we can. A live streaming team over this is fine. But here is fine. Here we just do this. Let's allow in as much air as possible, because anytime now we might hear some biogases. Okay. People who are outside, please come in 5 minutes. I want to call Ebo Sako to come and talk to us about their experience in providing biogas loans. So Ebo Sako, please get ready to come and present. And then we shall get into details in the next 45 minutes. We'll open the discussions involving Ministry of Energy. They'll also give a presentation on the progress of the 11 resolutions from the joint communique of 2023. And of course, if we have questions to that, we'll also talk about that, all right? At the end of this afternoon, we should go out with some actionable next steps for the work leading up to November 2024. So are we together? So in 5 minutes, we'll resume. Thank you. If there are people who are still eating, please ask them to speed it up a bit. All right, so I want to invite Ebo Sako. Please come and present to us on the experience in providing biogas loans.
Yeah. Thank you, Brian. Good afternoon, members. I have some allergy, but I will try to speak well. So my name is Alan Navajo. I work with Ebo Sako, and I am the Assistant Business Development Manager. And I'm going to share with you our journey in financing biogas loans. So this is a practical journey, and I hope you will like it, because this is actually the section B. We used to have section A in high school. Now we are here for section A, section B. So we can, so that's my name, and those are my contacts. They are all on WhatsApp, and that is my email in case you want to reach out. So that is our mission statement, and it says to provide sustainable, quality financial services that promote improved livelihoods of the economically active members, especially in rural areas, while preserving the environment. About EBO, EBO is an acronym for Ebirungi Birugomututu. For some of us who are from the West, it is a Runyankole word, and it means sweet after sweat. Sweet after sweat. It is a member-owned circle, and I'm happy we have one of our members here, Madame Joy. You can wave to, she's a beneficiary of the biogas product. So our journey of financing biogas started in 2017 with a partnership from Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company. They are our very big funders for this project, and without them, we would not be where we are. So much appreciation to UECCC, of course, under Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. So it was a pilot case in Western Uganda to finance specifically biogas and solar to the final end users, and we get interest-free money from UECCC to give our customers who are interested in biogas, and we fund them at 10% per annum on reducing balance. And UECCC says it has enough money to give us as long as we have the people to support. So we appreciate them so much. Then we received 5 demonstration kits from UECCC for free to give to our members. And we gave them to members in those branches, Rushere, Igorora, Kashaka, Bizwera, and Ibanda. We have 15 branches right now. We are serving in central Uganda, here in Sembabule, and also we are going to the Rwenzori region to serve in Chegegwa, Chenjojo, and those other areas there. And also we are the biggest circle in Western Uganda. So we also received 6 kits from our partners of Sistema Bio, free to give to our members. So we also appreciate them, because these kits help the members to come and learn how the biogas works. Otherwise, without seeing, you know, in Africa we say our eyes are in the hands. So once you see how the kit works, that's when you appreciate the importance of the kit. Otherwise, if you talk about biogas and you are not seeing how it works and what it does, you're wasting your time. So our people have been able to see biogas and see what it cooks, what it does practically, not only talking about it to them. We bring them to the farmer who has benefited, and they actually learn from that person and appreciate what it does. So, and also UECCC, for those 5 kits that we got, they would provide 1 million per year for maintenance of those kits. Every year, 1 million to the farmer for maintenance of those kits. So it was a big bonus for them. So those are our products, especially for green energy, biogas and solar, and then the irrigation product, of course, which is also for productive use of energy. And all these loans are on reducing balance. So our partners are there, Sistema.bio, Conserve Nature, Solar Today, Sun King, SpringTech, Davis and Shatleaf, of course funded by UECCC. I will not take you through the biogas plant because I know you understand it very well. It will be a wastage of time. And about biogas, I'm sure you also know what it does, but of course. So that is the Sistema biogas kit to one of our members. Also as able what we have done, all staff, especially senior management and others, we have taken kits to our homes as a must. So we are practicing what we do. We preach what we do. We are not telling customers to buy biogas when for us we are not using the biogas. So almost all our staff, we have said it's mandatory, you have to take a biogas at home to appreciate the benefits. So that is how the kit looks like. And of course, you know, biogas works with the water, cow dung, and then, so we also found someone who wants to have more cows for biogas. If you don't have enough land, we give you the money. If you want to construct a water tank, we consider all that as biogas. We don't want you to come with any, you know, you are saying, I don't have cows. If you have one cow, and we are saying the minimum is 3 cows, we are giving you money to buy the 2 more cows so that you have biogas. If you don't have a water tank and we are saying biogas, you must have water, we shall give you water. And all that money will be at 0.83%. You benefit. So the farmer feels like I should take this kit by all means. So that is the fixed dome. We have two types of biogas. We use the fixed dome and the other one. And that is how it looks like for one of our farmers. Those are the beneficiaries. We have many of those. And this was our performance for last year for biogas, according to how the branches performed. We usually have reports to UECCC because by giving us money, they want to see the money we are giving you, is it actually doing what it's supposed to do? So we have quarterly reports to UECCC, which we submit. And last year, we only sold 41 biogas plants at a total of 197 million. That was our performance. So the benefits, of course, are there. We have had it protect our air, water, soil by recycling organic waste. Farmers have improved their dairy breeds. Even our portfolio as able has grown. Currently, we have a portfolio of 54 billion Uganda shillings. We have installed water tanks. We have clean homes with good cooking places. There's a common story I always share with our farmers in the village. There's a lady who was celebrating 35 years in marriage with the husband. So she told the husband, you know, in our villages where we come from, if you visit the kitchen and you see in the corners, the soot is like that black chair, how it looks like in the corner there. So the lady asked the husband, yes, we are here celebrating 35 years in marriage. I've been cooking for you, inhaling that gas, and is it gas or what? The smoke and all that in my lungs. So if you go and check the kitchen there, how it looks like for the last 35 years, then what about me who has been inhaling it? What do you think my lungs look like? So the husband had to buy biogas for the woman, because really, if you go back home, especially some of us, if you go to your kitchen there and see how it looks like, I'm sure you would buy a kit for your mother or your father at home. So we have had construction of water troughs, of course, improving kitchen areas, and farmers have been able to get other sources of income. We have also tried to sensitize about the dangers of using charcoal and firewood, because these people are always telling us, I have my firewood, I have my charcoal. But the good thing, of course, we have some government interventions, like the recent ban on charcoal, though it's not much implemented. And also in those areas of Chiruhura, these days it's not easy to get firewood. if someone finds you in their farm looking for firewood, it's trouble. So now people are appreciating biogas. The challenges that we have, one is creating awareness to our farmers because they cannot buy what they don't know. But of course, with marketing, you need to put costs to meet the farmers. Now imagine here the money we spent for this workshop. If we are to meet 100 farmers, how much you spend? So we have a challenge of creating awareness, a challenge of enforcing uptake and usage. We also have some challenges with the service providers. The current ones, we have Sistema, they are doing well, but previously we used to have issues with some of the service providers where someone has constructed a biogas plant, the farmer comes and reports to EBO, my biogas is not working. Then this service provider is saying, EBO, you give me money to go and see the farmer. So we would say no. Actually, we had to terminate some of the contracts with those people. So now we only use pre-qualified service providers from UECCC. And if you are not working well, of course, we can't work with you because if a customer is not happy, he will say EBO is the one which caused the problem. And we don't want to tarnish our institution because of biogas. We would rather stop the services of the service provider and maintain our good reputation. I've not told you, EBO now we have 100,000 members, and all those 90% are into dairy farming. So we have the market. Then we also have an issue of farmer maintenance of the kits. There's a problem because most of these farmers, they would wish maybe if it was automatic, maybe. But biogas needs a permanent worker to feed the plant on a daily basis. So you need someone to put cow dung, to mix the water. So that is a problem, a big concern. Then we have knowledge gap from the farmers and the staff. Of course, we have always had trainings, but these trainings are from the partners, Sistema. They are the only people who are training us. So if we could have trainings from people who have technical knowledge, because even me, what I teach the farmers is what I've learned from Sistema. So if we could have more trainings, especially to our farmers and staff, then few demonstration kits, because people want more kits. Like I said, we have 15 branches, and we have only 11 kits. They are not enough. Of course, not enough funds also for marketing the biogas product and organizing farmer engagements. So that was our performance for last year. Then these are the targets, the disbursements over the years. I told you we started in 2017, and the good thing I was already in EBO by that time. I've been in EBO since 2016, and I've been the champion of this product. I've been the right person championing this. So in 2017, we sold 20 biogas plants with that amount. 2018, 2019. So those are the total kits we have had, 118. So I saw the figures at national level now is 10,000. I saw our contribution is only 1.2% as able. It's not good. We shall improve. So we shall try to make you happy. So the loan kits, we have had 118. Of course, we have some people who have cash. They don't take loans. But the beauty with the loan is that, for example, the Sistema 12 that my colleague David was talking about, it is at 1,565,000. So a farmer only needs to save 66,000. You save 66,000, and we give you that kit. So it is easy to get the biodigester. And usually they pay within 1 year. And the beauty is that these kits, we have not had issues. As long as the kit is working very well, customers have been able to pay. We have actually 90% repayment rate for biogas. So it is a good product, and it's working very well. So the cash sales, we have had 8. And overall totals 126. Fixed dome, we have sold 58. And then the prefabricated kits, 68. Our partnership with Sistema started in July last year. but within 6 months, we managed to sell the 40-something. So I think with more efforts, of course we have implementers, Bold Energy, they are also here. It's a tripartite arrangement. So these are our targets for this year. That's what we have decided to give ourselves as able. We are saying for the 12 branches, the 3 branches are still new, so we didn't include them for this year because they are opening this year. We are saying for all the 12, let us give our targets of 60 biogas kits per month. And we hope to disburse 1.8 billion to 720 customers, if all goes well. So in conclusion, we are saying that Ebo Sacco has the capacity to sell 2 kits every day and the 720 in a year. Of course, we support joint marketing and all that. And with the environmental benefits attached to it, we are saying this product fits in our mission and it is for keeps. I thank you, the organizers, for this opportunity. And we pledge that next year when we come, we shall have those 800 biogas kits. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ebo. I'm going to request you to come up. If you have any questions for him, you can also ask him while he's up. We are going to, I'm going to invite the following people to come and join me up here. And first, from SNV, who is the project coordinator, the ABC project coordinator, please welcome Esther Nyanzi to come and join the panel here. Also, Victoria Butegwa from GIZ, who is the head of component. Hatim Muyanja also come, energy officer at Ministry of Energy. Also, Mr. Muvule Pinto, please come and join me up here. Peter Damzungu, please come and join me, and Alan from Ebo. Please make your way to the stage. Walter, have we been able to get a chair? We shall improvise. Wonderful. Okay. There's a chair coming, so don't worry. Okay. Esther wants to sit at the end. Okay. So we have Esther, the ABC project coordinator. We have Victoria on my extreme left, who is the head of component at GIZ. We have Hatim, energy officer at Ministry of Energy. We have Mr. Pinto, program director at Biogas Solutions. We have Peter Damuzungu from MAIF and Alan from Ebo. I'll start with Esther. Is it on? Okay, I'll start with you, Esther, to speak into the challenges faced in implementing this project and when you've had them, what have you done to address them?
Thank you so much, Brian. And also our dear audience. From morning until now, I think we've had different speakers share more about biogas and the different benefits. And this does not differ so much from what we've also been able to learn along the way. To us, these are more of lessons that we've been able to incorporate into our implementation journey. First of all, one of the biggest challenges focuses on the mindset. Mindset change among sector stakeholders, especially on the side of both the biodigester enterprises and also the end users. The sector has been previously accustomed to subsidies. So by ABC program coming on board, the subsidies are phasing out, and it will still take some time before we can have a commercialized sector as part of our objective. So to ensure a sustaining sector. So we still have that challenge, and we continue to come up with key strategies to address it. Secondly, we noted the issue of limited awareness of the technology and its benefit. I'm glad that as Ebosako, Alan was trying to share with us, he also commented on that. So there is continuous strategies that we are deploying to ensure demand activation across the regions where our biodigester enterprises are working, and to target that last mile end user to ensure that the adoption rate continues. So what I need us to note is while there are pockets of people that are aware of the biodigester benefits, there is need for widespread awareness across. Then the other challenge we've noted, access to cheap funding. I saw still, I'll mention my dear colleague here, Ebosako, trying to boast about the EU CCC, how they've come in to support, and also Sistema. He just also forgot to mention that he's also working, or he has benefited from PCP, that is Pearl Capital, a fund that the SNV team has also tried to bring on board to ensure that still we focus on supporting farmers address some of the challenges in ensuring their livestock management. So what does that mean? There are few of the MFIs that have this biogas loan product in their portfolio, and part of the strategies we are taking is to ensure that we increase the number of the circles, of the MFI, of the different banks, to ensure that any end user can feel comfortable to walk into any of the MFIs or financial institutions within their neighborhood to be able to ask for loan, but with friendly rates that can enable them to take up these loans. So in the nutshell, allow me share that. Thanks.
Thank you, Esther. I want to quickly move to Victoria. Victoria, on the project, talk to us about how the project has engaged with sector associations, especially on matters of strengthening their capacity and advocacy efforts.
Yeah, thank you so much, Brian, and I think good timing that I follow on from Esther's remarks previously. So on the sector support side, I think this is where that strong collaboration that I mentioned with the government partners plays a really big part. And also in terms of how can we, before we start looking into what measures, but one of the first things we did as a project team was to look into what are the capacity needs of these sector players and how best can we come in to support them. So we did some needs assessments to understand what the gaps were, what the challenges were. Some of them included aspects around governance and internal operational capacity, which is also why we're really glad to be partnered with the Energy Enterprise Coach, who shared earlier this morning on what some of those business development support measures they are offering to players in the sector. But another area we thought in terms of if we're looking to grow this market, make it more commercially viable, understand these different value propositions, that can't happen without strong government support, strong stakeholder buy-in. And so it's really been a joint journey that we are walking, where we are able to do joint planning with the ministry and other partners, where we're able to jointly convene stakeholder forums such as this to bring the diverse voices in the sector to the table and to inform these different policies and strategies that are that the ministry and the other players are working on, but to really also take the time to work with, for instance, having Biogas Solutions as a national implementing partner really puts lobbying and advocacy also at the forefront, because they are also very closely tied to the biogas enterprises that work in the sector. But in addition to that, I think Esther made a really crucial point around the behavioral change and marketing and awareness efforts that are still needed. So that's an area where, as the ABC program, we're very close with working with the sector associations when they're doing exhibitions, activations. I think over the next 3 days in Soroti, there's an agricultural fair that's happening now, and so we've been able to support different private sector players across various renewable energies. So that aspect of the integrated approach is one that we try to also implement here. So not only looking at where the biodigesters and those enterprises can benefit, but how can we take advantage of these other platforms that are there for them to showcase their technologies and reach out to additional users. So those would be some of the measures that we are trying to put in place to improve these sector coordination aspects. Thank you.
All right. Let me turn to Biogas Solutions. You painted a picture of income differences in the city. It's actually worse in the rural areas. What are we doing from where you sit to increase awareness and uptake of biodigesters among households and businesses?
Yes, thank you very much. And yes, the point is very well re-emphasized after talking to all the different stakeholders here today, that creating awareness about biogas is a continuous process. We have been doing awareness creation with all partners over many years, but we have come to realize that it is not anything that will ever end, and it must be a continuous engagement with all the stakeholders. So right now, as Biogas Solutions, as a partner in the ABC project, we are, of course, continuing to try and leverage the above-the-line strategies like radios, talk shows, exhibitions, social media. But we've also realized, like I mentioned in my earlier presentation, that one-on-one referrals between family and friends are the key. So farmers adopt biodigesters based on the fact that they can see it somewhere else working and benefiting somebody. So in that regard, we're empowering right now the biodigester enterprises to do promoter training. They're working with district veterinary officers, district agricultural officers, agricultural extension workers, and they're learning to make it a commercial venture where there are, for every sale that is closed through any of these promoters, the biodigester enterprises pay a commission of let's say 100,000 per biodigester that's brought through those channels. We're also working by creating partnerships with many organizations. In parts of the country, we're working with CARE. In other parts, we're working with ABI, others, Oxfam, and many other partners that are also interested in improving livelihoods through that. And then the most important for us right now has been that ABC has learned that the biggest impacts we can have as a national sector and initiative is to collaborate with the government agencies. So we're very happy that we have developed strong partnerships with the dynamic leadership within Ministry of Energy and the leadership within Ministry of Agriculture. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me talk to Mr. Muyaja because you occupy an important place in this conversation, especially on creating an enabling environment for this to thrive. And right now, you're in a process of developing the National Biogas Strategy and Action Plan. So as the lead ministry in this, what are some of the key strategic actions?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank my colleagues. As the ministry, we have developed a number of legal framework. You would note that we have had a number of policies. We have the renewable energy policy, and this gives direction to developing technologies that, like biogas, which are alternative to the woody biomass. As we are all aware that we are highly dependent on biomass, especially the wood biomass, and the rate at which we are harvesting it, it is beyond the sustainable limit. And developing documents such as the National Biogas Strategy and Action Plan, they are trying to give us directions on how we can move into our pathways so that we have the sustainable utilization of biomass. As already alluded to by Esther, she has highlighted a number of challenges which are still cross-cutting in the sector. And this informed the need to develop the strategy with key 4 strategic objectives which are driving it. And first of all, we are looking at how best can we strengthen the policy, institutional, and the regulatory framework. And this calls for a very good collaborations within all the key stakeholders. And then we are looking at how can we increase issues to do with the financing and investment within the sector. You would note this is a sector which has been there for some years, but still needs a lot of financing and investment to develop. You would note that we still have a lot of potential, which is not yet tapped into, and with this investing and financing, we are able to tap into it. You would note from the previous presentation, one of the presenters noted that they have a clientage of almost up to around like 10,000, and over 90% of them, they have the cows. But when you look at the adoption which is there, it is still low. So if we have like such partners, we have a very good collaboration, and we have the required financing and investment, we are able to move to. Then the other aspect, the strategy is looking at how are we able to make market development, innovation, and research and development. You would find that much as these technologies have been there, we still need a lot of innovations and research so that we can ease issues to do with the adaptation of these technologies and making them to be user-friendly. And then the last one, as also hinted on by my colleague from BSU, the issue of awareness. You would find that awareness is something that you need to do for over a long period of time. We still look at one of the strategic objectives to enhance issues to do with awareness creation and capacity building of the stakeholders. So those are the 4 key strategic areas that we are looking at and are being detailed within our strategy.
Right. I'll come to you, Mr. Manager, in a few minutes, especially on some of these barriers that were identified in the communique that was signed by government. But let me have Peter, because currently the development of the National Organic Agriculture Bill is also underway. Talk to us about the roles that the ABC project can play in this process to influence especially the recognition of bioslurry in that bill.
Thank you so much, moderator. I think one of the key roles that ABC project can play in the process of influencing the recognition of bioslurry in the bill is high on agenda. And the one way to do it is to ensure that we advocate first lot to be part of the development committee. I'm aware we've incorporated GIZ. I think in some meeting previously we held at MAIF together with GIZ and SNV. We proposed that if there is any need to add another one, maybe SNV on board, we are very glad to do that. So one of the ways is to ensure that we have the critical mass. You know, the sector of organic agriculture is very delicate. Even to some of the policymakers in government, they don't support it. But we need more allies, and more allies through the ABC project, the implementers and the partners. We can come together, add a voice, and we push it. But the other one, which presents as an opportunity, of course, is supporting or facilitating consultation and validation meetings. This is a niche. It is very important. As you are aware, the development of this bill requires consultations of all key stakeholders in the entire subsector. So we are looking at partners who can come together, support us, make as many consultations as possible, reach out to as many stakeholders who are going to be influenced by these bills to come on board, give us their views, such that we can have a holistic document which can serve the entire nation. So that is one way how they can come in as a project. And finally, of course, it's through advocacy and lobbying. Regulations and policy formulations in the country, they are very expensive, and they go through a rigorous process. But sometimes we also need to put that dimension of people appreciating what we are trying to bring forward. So we need a lot of advocacy. And as you are aware, government, we are not going to do that advocacy in most cases. It is either the development partners or the CSOs or some non-government organizations, depending on the mandate. I would love the ABC project come on board, maybe run a few IEC materials in the papers on the need about the bill, or even some giving the information, even to some of the leaders in government. They may really have limited information about the subject. So these are all opportunities, and this can be part and parcel of the process that the ABC partnership can support in this role. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Alan, you know, people have been talking about affordability of the product, how to make it popular, where you see it, what are some of the business models you think that can work to increase uptake? You have, you know, several people that you work with. You also intimated that, you know, if someone's integrity, you know, you'll not compromise on anything, but what are some of these business models that you think can be developed to help increase uptake?
Yeah, thank you, Brian. In our culture, we have a saying that if you are thirsty and you go to the water well and you don't feel refreshed, then it means you are thirsty. Maybe you were bewitched.
You are the problem.
You were bewitched, maybe. So I'm hoping that, why I'm saying that is that I hope that this discussion and forum, really from the things we have been talking about since morning. At least let's implement maybe 10. And next time we come, we don't hear the same stories of what we are talking about now. Me, that's how I work.
Yeah.
And Ebo, that's how we also work. So some of the things, of course, to the providers of the kits, these Amazons, we have always had issues of, I have a kit installed at home, but it's not working. I go to Ebo Sacco, I get a loan, I'm supposed to pay next month. So already I'm due for payment of the loan, but the kit is not working. So that customer will not pay the loan. And of course, he will talk negatively about our services. If you go back to talk about biogas, someone can stand up like on a members meeting. We have 500 members whom we are targeting. And this person says, Ebo gave me biogas. It's not working.
It has never worked.
It has never worked. So the rest of the members, actually, I think they will just stand up and walk away. So it doesn't make sense. Then another thing, of course, I want to appreciate the organizers of this training. I'm hoping that, of course, it will make some good impact on the biogas sector. Then another thing is making people appreciate the importance of biogas. Because these days, it's not about the products that you give. We have had kits, the first kits we had, they were for 3,800,000. So now with Systema on board, our kits are as low as 1.6. So the cost has reduced almost by 2 million something. But it's no longer about the products you give, but the solution you are solving. As a farmer, what is the importance of biogas to me? Because I have firewood, I have charcoal, you know, our people in the village, that is their mentality. But if you tell them, like my colleague here was saying, that if you are using biogas, you are saving trees from being cut down. The local person there in Chulhula doesn't know that. He needs to understand that if I have a biogas, I'm saving the cutting of trees, and maybe, of course, if you visit like these Arab countries and you see how they are suffering with the sunshine and the desert things, if we tell our people that if you continue using charcoal firewood, that's where we are heading, I think they will appreciate and actually start buying these biogas kits. Then, of course, other interventions, like on the side of Ebo, we also give incentives to our staff. If you sell one biogas kit, maybe we shall give you 5% of the value of the kit. So, Alan, if I sell 10 kits, that's enough salary.
There's
for
some
me.
money.
There's some money I can pay. I can take my wife out and have some fun. So
Yeah.
I'll be more motivated. Sell 10 kits the next month. So those are some of the things. Of course, others, they are cross-cutting. The mindset change, the limited awareness, I will not repeat them.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Thank you, Alan. Nicely put. Esther, let's talk sustenance, because the project is 5 years. It's a fantastic project. We don't want things to stop working when the project comes to an end. Talk to us about some of the strategies you're going to put in place to ensure sustainability of the sector, even after ABC closes.
Thank you so much, Brian. Addressing issues to do with sustainability, what we've done, we've focused on capacity building of the different companies or biodigester enterprises that we are working with. In the morning, you had Mr. Daniel Igabo Kenya from NIRAS, one of our thematic implementers we are working with, sharing with us how they've supported and walked a journey in offering business development services support to the companies that are under ABC. Not entirely under ABC, but also under a bigger program, which we refer to as a C program. So those companies that are ready to take up and also implement, part of the skills and the trainings that have been given to them. I believe to us, those are our champions that will continue to sustain the sector, because we believe with the support that is coming in, we would want to see them beyond the ABC program. Then also the other strategy, we are supporting still companies or new entrants, focus on local production. That means that issues to do with the different appliances. We wouldn't want, obviously, a farmer in Barara or a farmer in northern Uganda, just because his stove is not working, to wait until when a new stove would be imported into the country, but rather we would want to see our local companies. So the term Build Uganda, buy and build Uganda, we want to see it applicable here. So issues to do with fabrications of those other appliances to ensure that the entire value chain of the biodigester is addressed. The other key issues we are focusing on, I would love to refer to it as self-regulation, because we want, or we've given the mandate back to the companies that are installing the biodigesters to take up after-sales services. I had, I think it's the relationship manager, the coordinator from Sistema, as well as Mr. Mikel Pinto, talk about the importance of functionality, calling and ensuring that the customers are satisfied with the services they get, and also to ensure that the response time, it doesn't take a while before the end user has any solution, any of the key challenges identified, addressed. So issues to do with after sales on our side, we've prioritized that. And this is a continuous call to the different companies that have signed up with us to ensure it's done. Also, as a program, we've gone ahead, though this is temporarily, but we have a result-based financing incentive that we are giving to the companies that report and have the plants verified to be functional. This is not to discount the plants or to tamper with the market, but rather to encourage them to plow back this small incentive for continuous promotion and marketing to ensure that as companies, they continue to grow and we are able to register that trajectory of growth from where they started to the time the ABC program ends. We need to see them at another level. Lastly, support of business-to-business linkages. We are trying to ensure that companies can be able to pitch their businesses to potential investors, to potential partners. They can also feel confident to access the different circles, banks, to be able to negotiate for working capital. So support in ensuring that they have better business plans, better marketing strategies, and also models, business models to try support their business growth is also what we focus on. Lastly, we had my colleague from GIZ talk about the support they've offered to the sector associations, because we know that most of the companies we are working with are also registered under these associations. So our continuous journey with the different associations to ensure that the self-regulations falls back to them is also another strategy we've taken on, and we believe that with these few strategies we're employing, it will get us to ensure long-term sustainability at the end. Thank you.
Right. Victoria, Esther has talked about your partnership with all these associations, but you also are actively partnering with Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Agriculture. Talk to us about how this partnership has actually, helped create an enabling environment for the sector.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think sometimes we can use the word partnerships very loosely. you know, if you're in the same room or in the same car, you're in a partnership. But as we know in practice, that's not really the case. So when we speak towards this strong partnership and collaboration with the government partners under ABC, we are not just using the word for decoration. They've worked hand in hand with us from the beginning of the project. Actually, from the design of the project, we were consulting with them. We take part in joint planning sessions across the implementing team and together with the ministry partners and other agencies as well. The associations have been there in some of these sessions, the Revenue Authority, the Standards Bureau. So it's really a joint and participatory planning process to really govern in what direction the project is going. And I think from Esther's presentation earlier this morning, we saw that a lot of this is based on real-time information from the market. So as much as we are saying market-based, it's also market-informed and market-led based on what's the current status, where are the priority areas. So I think that aspect of having a very targeted approach across the ABC program, but very much in collaboration with the partners. I think we heard from also Maif this morning about having the program and its objectives feed into what the government plans and targets are, whether that's aligned with NDP3. We had her team talk about the renewable energy policy. So really making sure also the project objectives, intervention areas, modalities that we're looking to work in contribute to those government frameworks is, I think, another key area that we've tried to also focus on as the ABC and other implementing team. I think one thing that lends itself to that is, as these strategies and frameworks are being developed, making sure that the voices of these players in the room, the biogas enterprises, civil society and others that will be affected or impacted by those strategies, it's important that they're included in there. So we've worked very closely with the ministry partners to have those regional consultations as part of the development of this strategy. I think yesterday they were in a 2-day session also doing review and input. And again, even in a session like today, a lot of this information feeds back to the government partners on how they can also adjust or tweak where needed so that it's responsive to what the market is also speaking to. I think that lends itself to that sustainability aspect that Esther alluded to, on how can the sector in the long term self-regulate, be more private sector driven, have the associations that are membership based better serve their members as well. So the capacity building measures across the ABC program and that collaboration with the government also feeds into those avenues. I think another one that I will mention in terms of collaboration efforts are around the construction guidelines that we are collaborating with the ministry and UNBS on, because I think we've heard throughout the day about the importance of functional and high quality installations on ground to make sure that the users realize the full benefits of that, and so to also support building the capacity of the biodigester enterprises to build quality products. We're working with the government agencies to update these construction guidelines. So not only looking at the construction aspect, but factoring in this operation and maintenance so that they are also complying with these standards that are already existing for these quality products, but also bringing in that bioslurry management so that as the new installations come in, right from the enterprises to the end user, they have more up-to-date information on how to manage these systems. I think what we also saw from the OFEI, our bioslurry thematic implementer, is there's also plans to extend this collaboration also to the district structures. So working together with the Ministry of Agriculture to identify district extension officers that can be part of these different trainings and capacity building measures to make sure that information filters down also to those who are supporting the local community. I know SNB and BSUL have conducted quite a few gender trainings, also making sure that the enterprises and the companies are sensitized on how to address or mainstream gender in their own activities. How do they target female-led households? How can they boost having more female masons as part of their team? And so making sure that it cuts across all the aspects. I think we're also looking to work on advocating also through research and other learning measures, so partnering together with the National Agricultural Research Organization, together with the ABC team, looking into these other measures for more evidence-based advocacy. Thank you.
Wonderful. And Peter, I'll ask you to come in. Victoria has talked also about, doing more partnerships, but I want to ask you, you have fantastic programs. Obviously they've got some backlash in the press, but you have the parish development model, you have Operation Wealth Creation. How can the ABC project be linked to some of these programs? Where do they come in?
Thank you so much, moderator. Again, this is an interesting question, and I want to say that the opportunity is there, very big. The opportunity is there, and for us as a Ministry of Agriculture, one of the opportunities that we offer, that she has already even spoke about, is utilizing the existing structures, both at the center, but also at the district local government. As a center, we work through the district production office. And in each district production office, we have the district subject matter specialists in agriculture, in veterinary, entomology, to mention but a few. And those go up to the sub-county levels. So one of the opportunities us as government we are offering is that even through these discussions, as she said, we have already initiated such discussions. How do we work together? How do we mobilize the extension team? Talk to them, sensitize them about the project, sensitize them about the technology. Then we are able to go down, identify these organized farmer groups, carry the same message, the power of numbers, because this time it may not be the ABC staff alone, but right here we are putting on board the extension workers, and they are able to develop or to pass the information together with the other key actors like Biogas Solutions. But one of the other opportunities again we offer is the joint collaboration of the relevant activities. We've held quite a number of activities that we think are very good and they fit well. And one of the kind is having these national stakeholder platforms. They are very important. I don't really think that whatever we are discussing here is just going to pass. They are important in such a way that we check ourselves who is not doing right, what is the progress, what lessons are learned, what is the experience down there. We have here stakeholders. They are working with us as public government, but they are also working with others. So I want to say that we sync all these activities together into government programs. As I already said, that the project was structured in line with the aspirations of the NDP3 and the Vision 2040. So there is a lot in common. Even looking at the pillars, for example, in PDM, there are quite a number. One of them is production. And the use of biosalary is very important. Use of fertilizer, organic fertilizer, is very important in increasing agricultural productivity and production in that cycle. But the other opportunity is to mainstream the ABC activities in both the central government programs, but also the district development plans. I'll give you a case in example for Ministry of Agriculture. When we are budgeting under the agro-industrialization program, we have what we call the cross-cutting issues. And for us as a ministry and for us as a department, we are taking on one of the cross-cutting issue being promoting the biogas technology as one of the sustainable renewable energies that we can have. Of course, it comes with the clean energy, but there are also quite a number of byproducts that it can offer us. we can get a number of products, and one of them is bioslurry, which is very important in the ecosystem of production. So these are some of the innovative ways that we can really get on to see that we work together, sync them into the PDM, because already the interventions themselves speak to what we are doing in these government programs. And at the end of the day, we are targeting the same farmer. We are improving the livelihood of the same farmer. And I always tell people, government doesn't have all the resources to do everything. But through the collaboration, through the partnerships, we can enhance even some of these government programs, and we work together to deliver the same cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I want to come to Mr. Mianja. There were a few barriers that were identified in a joint communique. How is the project addressing these barriers? And also speaking to the way the sector can also collaborate with other agencies of government, at least being spearheaded by your ministry.
Thank you so much. As we noted, there are some barriers. Basically, when you look at these barriers, when you look at the projects, they have been mainly categorized into three. There are barriers which are in nature, in terms of not having an adequate enabling environment. Much as, for example, government has taken a step to create a very good enabling environment. For example, we have done the standards. When you look at the households, we have developed the standards for the household systems. When you look at when you have, for example, standard, you need to have the guidelines. And that's one of the areas where the project has come up to support the issue of developing guidelines for the construction, maintenance, and management of these systems. I already noted in my earlier submission that we recently had support from UNDP under the NAMA Biogas project, where we were developing the national biogas strategy. And this one, the purpose is, it is giving us direction into how we can have a sustainable biogas industry. And I'm happy that the project supported issues to do with the consultations with the key stakeholders. And it's going ahead to support the finalization of the same. We also noted about the issue. We said that we have been having the stakeholder coordination, but as the sector, the subsector is growing, more and more coordination is required. And you have noted already in the area submission that a number of supporters moved in to support issues to do with the association so that they can do the self-regulation. When it comes to the issue of supply, already issues of addressing issues of gaps in terms of capacity building have been touched on by the project, whereby a number of people who are supplying the technology have been trained on how to manage, first of all, how to manage their business cases and how they can manage the dissemination of the technologies. And when we move to the demand side, we are looking at basically the clients who are taking up our technologies. And one of the challenges that was identified in that area was the issue to do with the limited awareness. Much as for the past years, a lot of awareness has been done, but as you move on, more and more awareness is required. And also, it touches on the quality of the information. The awareness you need before having a system is quite different to the awareness that you need when you have a system. So you would also note that the project has come out to support issues of raising awareness in regard to that direction. So briefly, you can see that those are some of the areas that the project has helped us and touched in terms of also enabling the coordination of the project. Thank you.
I am getting some questions that were going to be answered here. So when we finish up, I'll ask the panelists to speak into those. I'll ask Esther. Given the fact that, next year, 2025, the project is going to be coming to a completion, talk to us about the plans for the project as it nears completion. And I know for some people here, they want to also plug into the different phases before it completes. I think some of them are also preparing themselves for 2026, probably when it's going to be renewed. Yes, please speak into some of those plans.
Thank you very much for that question. I think from our side as a project, part of what we are focusing on as we continue to implement is also evidence learning. So we are focusing on documenting knowledge products, because the more we continue to implement, the more lessons we are taking on that inform design and development of other new projects that are to come along the way. So we are increasing focus, number one, on transforming systems, and this is largely through learning. Then secondly, establishing partnerships with different actors. As we are seated here, the beauty of it is we all come from different organizations, and everyone has a role to play. So the diversity of having different actors speaking to issues to do with the development of the biodigester sector needs to be strengthened, because on the side of the ministry, as the coordinators of the ministry, part of the different gaps that we are able to identify and also share with them through the different learning briefs will pave way into how do they continue to support other new development partners or other new implementers coming on board. Then also enhancing the effectiveness of business models. We mentioned that people want to see or learn from things that are actually working. We want to have the biodigester sector also grow to the level of where we see the solar sector now. Because I believe right now we are not seeing more adverts for the small solar home systems. But when you take a survey out there into the rural areas, people will attest at least to have one of the different devices for solar. So we want to see that also the dissemination of information and awareness across the different regions where we work continues. And our BEs, who are the Biodigester Enterprise, and also the promoters that our national partners have gone ahead to train. These are our ambassadors we are trying to count on to ensure that that is also registered. Then still, as I talk about enhancing the different models, we are also trying out the PEGO models, where we want to see more of the MFIs, these are financial institutions, come on board. We want to see how do we interest them to ensure that there is innovative financing within the sector. So as we continue to implement, our third year has just begun. I believe by the time we get to December, we will have registered more results on our side, and also with our access to finance implementer. They talked about the different master biodigester loan product they've developed. We want to test it and see how many of the different MFIs have been able to take it up. Then also support in training of farmers. The more, I liked it when Mr. Damzungu Peter mentioned that we are targeting the same farmer. So how do we ensure that our product portfolio is large enough for the farmer not to look at part of what we are trying to pitching to be different, but to ensure that they understand that all the product we are trying to bring on the table aim at enhancing the livelihood of this farmer and the entire household. So through the different promotion and marketing campaigns that we are undertaking to train our farmer, we will endeavor to make sure that they also try to understand this. Then lastly, as we try to talk about the organic fertilizers, we've seen an increase in the chemical fertilizers, and also how different, either we talk about the Ukraine war, we attribute to largely the reason why the increase in the chemical fertilizers have also gone up. So we need to ensure that as we continue to market also for organic products on the market, support in trading of bioauxiliary, to have it packaged, to have it on the market, to have it as a certified product is what we are looking forward to see. So that states that also increased awareness is also ongoing in this docket. Then still, the penetration of the prefabricated technologies, they've referred to them as kits. They are bringing more diversity when we talk about biodigesters, because most of our people mainly may be focused on fixed doom, but they now have an opportunity to choose which of the two can I be able to go with. So as they continue to penetrate the different markets, because they mentioned they've registered a sales of about 500. We want to see how far can they go. Ebosaco mentioned they have a target of 720. That is only one of the partners. How about the other partners? How does their roadmap look like? Then this is also bringing a fair competition to also awaken some of our other companies focusing on the fixed doom construction. Are they being phased out? What it is that they need to do to ensure that they also put up a stiff competition and also be able to deliver. So on our side, as we continue to support all the different players on the market, we are looking forward to pave out of the sector when we know that, yes, our flag bearers are good to go and they are continuing to push the sector forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Lastly, before we invite your questions, I think it was Dr. Muksa who spoke about carbon credits and how they can be, their impact in their role in the sustainability of the industry. Michael, talk to us about the role that these carbon credits can play and also carbon financing.
Thank you very much for that very key question, because we look at carbon revenue and carbon finance as the key to sustainability. In a sector that has been challenged with raising investment finance, with raising initial investment, we see that increased uptake on a national platform will create an aggregation that allows us to generate more carbon revenue. Now, that is our key, because we can now be creative. The beauty about it is carbon finance can be used in many creative ways. One, of course, is to maintain the functionality of existing digesters as we move forward, so that the technology can continue to be sustained in Uganda. But secondly, to also see if we can apply that carbon finance to discount the investment cost. And we believe that that is going to be a key. As of right now, the carbon credit that's being generated by the biodigesters in the BSUL carbon program are specifically being directed towards supply and demand interventions. So we're working closely with SNV in that regard. And we see that it is a way to increase the amount of available working capital to implement those supply and demand side interventions. We also see that carbon finance will play a pivotal role in providing the biodigester enterprises with working capital to continue doing after-sales services, to being able to respond to customer issues that at some point will come after the initial warranty period. Right now, all the digesters that we have in our program have a 1-year limited warranty, but after that warranty, we are now mobilizing carbon finance to support those smallholder farmers to be able to do repairs and maintenance and to continue servicing these digesters. We also see that this carbon finance can be used directly to support the biodigester enterprises who will continue for a limited time or in the near future to struggle with raising working capital, to raise investment finance for their projects. And we would like to be in a position that even without donor support, because I think that is the key aspect of sustainability, is that you can continue to move even when your partners have given you the initial push. And we would like to be able to see that carbon finance is strategically used in Uganda to support biodigester enterprises to be able to engage in larger projects, because we also see that, as the Ministry of Energy mentioned, there are 9 million households in Uganda. We've only touched 10,000 of them, so we would like to see us get to at least 500,000 in the next 10 to 15 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to invite questions, comments, reactions to our panel. If you wrote your question down, please pass it on.
Once again, thank you so much. I would like to thank the panel for those wonderful words and educative words. My name is Nankunda David. I'm a master's student doing energy economics and governance from Makerere University Business School. My concern is, we have been talking about how these biodigesters have been failing in nearly 2 years after implementation. I think I see the problem is in ownership of these biodigesters, mostly the households. These implementing companies, after implementing those biodigesters, for example, for the household, for them they go back, and they might come back like after like 3 months, 4 months, and above. You might find back when the biodigester is performing badly. So I was suggesting, if we can develop the business models like dual ownership of the biodigester by the household and the implementing company, and let's say both parties agree. Let's say the household will benefit from using gas for cooking, and these implementing companies benefit from the biosalary. The reason why I'm saying like that is, for example, my father in the village, he's an old man for around 65 now. He have no knowledge of biogas and how he can package this biosalary. For him, what he is concerned about is if he can get gas for cooking. This other thing, he's not concerned about it. If we can create a dual ownership, and let's say, for example, we partner with these companies that are implementing, partner with cooperatives, farmers cooperatives, and put like a permanent worker to supervise those digesters implemented in that community, like twice a week. I think it can prolong the lifespan of those biodigesters and even increase the rate of adoption. Thank you so much.
Thank you, the panelists. I have some few concerns, especially in our area in northern Uganda. You find that the way people are keeping animals, especially during the dry season. They allow the animals to roam around, and therefore, even if you construct for them biodigester, they will not be able to get enough cow dung to feed the digester. And therefore, I'm requesting maybe Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, if we can train maybe the farmers on how best they can handle their animals. And then also the other issue is during dry season, it's normally difficult to get enough water in some of the areas. As you are all aware, we need adequate water in order to mix the cow dung, the substrate, to feed the digester. So maybe as we design projects for biogas, we need maybe to either incorporate some water project, some water component in it, so that maybe in some of the villages, some of the areas where they have lack of water, especially during dry season, so water could be installed in their area, and therefore it could be able to address the issue of lack of water. The other thing that I would like to talk about is the sharing of the gas. In our project, in the project that we are implementing, we target particular households, but also we ensure that the neighbors can benefit from the biogas. How do they benefit? If their households are nearby, then we can do direct connection by pipes. If the households are far, then we fill the biogas or the gas in tractor tubes, and then they can transport and use the gas for cooking, and later on, when it's over, they come back and refill again. So maybe we need to come out with those innovations so that maybe it can enable so many people to use biogas. I think basically that's what I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Babilye from UNAC, Uganda National Alliance on Clean Cooking. Let me first begin with the point that the former discussant speaker has just talked about. It seems that this kind of biogas is for rich people, because it is hard to find a lot of people who can manage the paddocks where you can be able to collect the dung. Otherwise, most of the people in the villages where maybe would love to promote this kind of technology, they don't have enough money to make the paddocks so that they can collect the dung, but instead they leave their cattle to move up and down. To my point, since morning we have been talking about lack of awareness as one of the most important components in limiting the adoption of this technology. But the question is, why do we have this low adoption up to around 7%? Maybe Mr. Miyanja can guide us on the percentage of adoption of biogas with energy policy. Why do we have, yes, we are talking about affordability, but we had a discussant who said that it's not all about affordability, but the most important thing is lack of awareness. Are we packaging information in a wrong way? Because we have been hearing about biogas since I was in P3, but how is it that the uptake or the adoption is still as low as 7%? So we should try and find out reasons why the adoption of biogas, specifically among the clean cooking technologies, is really scoring too low. I'm happy with the energy policy, which is revised. It is talking about disseminating information in the local languages. Maybe that is one of the key important things that we should focus on. As we are promoting these technologies, as we are making the brochures, the banners, where we go, whether Eastern, Central, Northern, we should try to disseminate the information into the local language, which people can really understand and take home, and they appreciate. Because much as the cost is too high, but if someone is put on the position to understand the cost benefits of using biogas and the health benefits of using biogas, yeah, it is the point of affordability, but someone can look into the perspective of installing it after understanding very well. But maybe the information is not so much well felt by the people where we are trying to promote this technology. Mikhail made a presentation and he talked about live demonstrations. That was scoring over 58% in the morning, that someone comes to understand biogas through a friend or through neighbors or through people around. So that means that we shouldn't spend much of the money in creating awareness via other channels which are not so much impactful, like maybe TVs. Yes, the TV are very important, the radios are very important, I don't object that, but we should put much more emphasis on the awareness channels that fetch a lot of people and they understand the technology very well. Actually, similarly, we also did a survey in UNAC. We are trying to see the adoption rate of electric pressure cookers, and almost 70% of the respondents said they are using electric pressure cookers because they saw this from a friend, they saw the live demonstrations from the friend. So we should do more of the live demonstrations so that people can understand properly what is biogas, for them to easily take up this. Another factor that I had when we were promoting actually technologies, we talked about UNAC promoting biogas, and I got a scaring comment from someone who said, no. Actually, the person said, ebyotebicola. That is what the person told me. She's like, biogas are ebyotebicola. Literally in Luganda means that technology does not work. And the person said, bicola for only 2 months. After 2 months, the technology does not do what? So meaning either it is after sole service that people, the technicians or the distributors do not so much focus on. Someone installs a biogas maybe to get profits, and after sole service is too minimal. That's why some people cannot even convinced to the extent of doing the biogas plants in their homes, because they know bicola only 2 months, and after 2 months they stop doing what? Working. So you should really focus more on the functionality and the after sale service as one of the key important things. Then lastly, we have been doing a lot of awareness creation as UNAC, but apart from biogas solutions, which could come and probably demonstrate and show up some of the technology for biogas, we don't, as UNAC, we do not have very many members who are promoting biogas in the association. Actually, we might be having 2% of all the members for UNAC promoting biogas. So if you have a company that deals with biogas, or you know a friend who does biogas as a company, please tell that person to join UNAC and we create awareness together so that we can raise from the 7%, if I can be guided, to at least a greater percentage in increasing adoption and uptake. Thank you so much.
Okay, let me first finish the back and come to the front.
Thank you so much for what you have done, for what you're doing, and what you intend to do. My name is Asingura David. I'm also a student of Energy Economics from Makerere University. Mine is really about standardization in the biogas industry. I realize almost 64% of the biogas produced is what is composed of methane only, the rest are all impurities. So I'd like to ask, and the question goes to all the panelists, but especially the birthday boy, because he said he doesn't encourage people to use biogas for lighting. It's usually for heating. So I'd like to ask, is it about the impurities in this biogas that are not being removed, that they reduce on the calorific value and the overall energy that is given out maybe to heat the filament, or it is just something about maybe the cost of the bulbs that are being used? And also talking about the standards, I'd like to know if we keep all the other factors constant, a farmer in Kamwenge with a biodigester with the same, of course, same feedstock and everything else, are they able to produce the same amount of gas with someone in maybe Zimbabwe? Are they able to produce the same amount of gas in terms of quality? For example, can they all produce 80% of the methane in the biomethane that is being given out from the biodigester? Is there standardization, or whatever everyone produces is what they use in their homesteads? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm called David Okwi, and I have a light concern that goes to Ministry of Energy, and then perhaps someone representing Ministry of Agric. As people who own biodigester companies who have dared so much to work closely with government, but we don't see government intervention in the biodigester sector. In most cases, even when we try to link up with them, recently I think I was trying to round up, I remember trying to round up a district commercial officer, but in most cases you're turned down. They don't give you audience. They seem not to be having interest in supporting what we are doing. So I wanted to hear from you if you can possibly create some kind of connections, because apparently the implementation is being done by the private sector, but that they get phased out tomorrow. Government will exist, we shall exist to do business, and we shall really want to keep in close contact with government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, presenters and all the participants. I'm Mukoya James from Gulu University. My submission is not a question, but it's a concern to Ministry of Energy. Of course, we are dealing with this biological and biochemical compound to produce energy. However, these are complex energy production, and generally what I've experienced from our project area, farmers are using basically cow dung in producing biogas, and eventually we have so many waste that we can explore, and all these are is not yet utilized. So we need to invest more in research, especially in institutions, so that we can explore alternative feedstock for this kind of, for biogas production. Because even animals are so affected by pests and diseases, and at times farmers can fail to get a cow dung. Another thing which I also want to echo is the involvement of private sector. Private sector is very key in this area because they have resources, and our resources from donor is very limited. But we can explore from them, we can involve them. Again, another thing to the ministry is that, of course, we cannot implement this project successfully and to sustain it for a long period of time without having equipment and instrument to monitor the degradation rate, the behavior of microorganisms in the digester, so that whenever there is a problem, we can respond at the right time. Of course, even in the university, we don't have even any renewable energy equipment or instrument, including the software to model those activities. But I think through the government, we can be able to acquire those equipment because they are very expensive. So that is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our dear panelists, for the job well done. My question goes to Esther and Mr. Pinto. And it is to do with the digitization of the economy. Increasingly, I see a lot of digitization, especially in the solar and other technologies. I don't know if you have extended any digital innovations in the biogas subsector. I'm sure you know the importance of these innovations because they simplify everything, payments, faults, and all that. Thank you.
I thank you so much, our panelists. Mine is the appeal. Biogas cannot be in every home or every area in the country. Let us be strategically specific. We find potential areas where biogas can be a successful story. We document it, then we publish it all over the nation. For instance, you will not find someone with 1 or 2 cows, you advocate them to have a biogas. Let us have these areas which have potential feedstocks like cows or other cultural materials. So these people, when they get these biodigesters, they could feed these biodigesters regularly whenever it is needed. So you find biogas in some areas which have no enough feedstocks, and then the thing fails. So they will end up spoiling the name of biogas. So let us find these areas where we can also be sincere and we say for sure, this thing here, it will work. So our development partners, our sponsors, ABC and other organizations which are here, let us find these areas where biogas can be a successful story. We document it, then we can take it out to other people. Then other people will say, you see, this thing worked in some other area in the country. Come this area also, you help us be a successful story as it is in the other areas. So let us first be specific. As of now, we find the potential areas where we can make successful stories which are tangible. So that we can, for us, you are Ugandans, we say, me, I use this thing, it worked for me. You understand? It will be easier to market it to some other person that you see, my auntie, this thing worked for me. I advise you to get it also. But if it fails, it won't go any further. Let us look for these potential areas as of now. Because they say a humble beginning, you cannot despise it. Let us find these potential areas. Then another thing, Able Circle, you are doing a good job. At least I've been there, I've seen what you're doing. And 2022, you are the best circle in Western Uganda. Yeah, I think I can testify of that. Now, when you're giving these loans to people, they are giving you securities or you see how their accounts are running. Then you give them these loans. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, dear panelists. My question or observation goes to the Ministry of Energy. In a bid to increase awareness in various parts of the country, I think this goes out to everyone who has tried to do this or is doing it. You find that when you go big, for example, a road show, you're going to go into a town and the town clerk will slap you with a receipt of a particular amount. We are increasing awareness here, and I would think the government is with us on doing this. But the fees that are charged for such activities in just one town are high. It's like, okay, my thinking is we shouldn't be charged the same amount. I'm not saying we shouldn't be charged, but if we are to be charged, it should be a reasonable amount, for example, not compared to the amount you would charge a musician for doing a drive in that same town. So my question to government is there a way they can have maybe that waived off?
Thank you very much. Thanks, our presenters. As we continue discussing about the issue of awareness and training and popularizing this product to the community, I realize that the approach is short of the cultural dimensions of the society. When this package is brought to the society, they start breaking down what is required to help people appreciate what they'll go through. The materials, they start now, bricks, cement, and all that, they break them down. In this process, some of these users, like the women especially, they start shutting down in their minds because they know that is now a domain of what? I will refer to a case of my mom. As long as the husband was there, she was covered with it, he will do everything. anything to do that, hardware stuff. It is not her. Now comes, it turns out that now he goes before her. You go back home, you try to ask her, how did they teach you about this biogas? And she will not tell you even one thing. Now I was consulting my consultant here, who did the actual building. I said, did you really train my mom? He said, yes, we did, but long ago, but I don't think even she can now remember. I'm telling you, the women down there, once you start counting down those materials that require to build, even the simplest biodigester, some of them will shut down. They say, that's now the men to do that construction. So we need also to think about the cultural dimension in the society that we are trading this, marketing this technology. How do we get these women to get released upstairs here to get them appreciate that they can actually manage it? We unpack this awareness. Like after they have constructed those technologies, there should be a thorough, targeted training for the user. If the woman is acting busy while they are training her husband, she should be made to sit there and learn how to use this thing, to appreciate it, to see the value, to see how she can be relieved of the hardy labor in using firewood and charcoal. So I think we need to get down back to the drawing board and see where do we get this crafted. Because there are so many things I had to learn the hard way, because they did, apart from financing, I wasn't there when they were constructing. Now I had to go there and get my mom get started, but I realized she couldn't. And I had to be forced to be there to, walk her through a long way, and I'm still doing that. So I think it's important. My mother is just one case, but I'm sure she's representing very many women in the society. And it's not only about educated people. I have been with educated people who can afford, they have animals, but they have not even constructed. Much as the awareness is going on, we keep encouraging them, people, install, we even invite these people, come and talk to these groups about biogas. But still they walk away and they won't buy, even when they can afford. So there is something which needs to be unpacked to find out the cultural implications, the gender implications of this uptake of this new technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our dear audience. That shows that indeed we had an active audience and you were following. To be able to respond about the digitalization, the question that was posed to us from the commissioner, I would say yes. We've taken this on and we've, as a project or as a program, we are trying to embrace digitalization. We've had all our companies that we are working with or that have been contracted under the program, trained in ICT, many have been supported, especially in the line of marketing, to ensure that they understand the importance of engaging their clienteles, especially on Twitter, on social media platform and what it means. So we are still in transition with continuous support. And also the area of digitalization, I would say that yes, it's work in progress. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, Ebo, for us, we had only one question, and it was about the collateral security. The biogas loan is treated like other loan products because if you want biogas, I understand and believe that you are going to use it at your home. You have land where you are grazing your cows. But the beauty with us as Ebo Sacco, our requirements are not so stringent like for these commercial banks, because even if, Alan, maybe I don't have land but my father has land. I can go to the SACCO and get money if my father recommends that give Alan money. So we also rely on land agreements, sales agreements, even by the chairman, LC1, because this is a community-based member-owned institution. We don't have so much stringent attachments and maybe conditions for our loan products. It is easily accessible by members. I've not seen anyone who has failed to get a biogas loan because they don't have land or collateral security. That one, we don't have it in Ebo. It has never happened. We don't have that case. And I also agree with you on the targeted approach. Victoria talked about it, whereby we identify the people, because I'm imagining you are selling biogas to someone who doesn't even have a cow. Now I use what? So if we know the farmers where they are, let's go and look out for them, train them, show them the benefits, and then they will understand and appreciate. And of course, there are people who come and say, I got it, it worked for me. Those are the best people, the referrals. Then I also agree with the submission of the lady about the cultural dimensions, because they are very important. I will share with her my comment. I will not share it on the panel. I will come and share with you privately. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, there was quite a few questions that I thought I could answer very quickly, so you'll forgive me if I move quite fast. But there was a discussion about biodigester failure, and I think you had mentioned this as dual ownership. Yes, but of course, you know, in these systems, you still need to have some kind of central ownership, somebody who's responsible for the system. Now, we've experimented with community biodigesters also, and we see that that has a very good potential because the community itself all provide the feedstock. They all take turns in operation and maintenance of the digester, and then, of course, they all benefit from the gas. For now, the community biodigesters are being serviced by biogas bags. So that means the person comes with their bag. They can come on a bicycle or a boarder, or even walking, because a bag my size weighs nothing. So they can take that home, use it, but the problem is it has to be filled almost daily. I think Caritas had mentioned a concern over a lot of people with roaming animals. So now, as a biogas program and also as the biogas companies come to install biodigesters in people's homes, it is a requirement that they first understand how many animals they have. Are the animals on zero grazing? If they want a digester, it has to be built compatible to the size of the animals that they have available. We also do permit what we call night stabling. There are animals that roam the entire day, but most of them will still come to a paddock at night, and that's where you can collect the gas. So you have to only calculate that gas, the cow dung that can be collected from night stabling. In terms of sharing of gas, I have just mentioned that we're using biogas bags for people without digesters to benefit from the biogas. However, we are also looking at possibilities. Right now, we are working on digital metering. These are smart biogas meters that can measure the amount of biogas that is used. Now, this can allow a biodigester owner to share gas with his neighbor, and the neighbor pays for what he uses, or he can actually package that gas and also sell that. It also means that we can also start implementing pay-as-you-go projects, where if we have, let's say, a biodigester company that is willing to pre-finance the biodigester, they can install it at a household, and then the household only pays for the gas that it uses, using that meter. Now, these are digital meters, so it means that the company doesn't need to travel all the way to that person's house every month to see how much he has used. Right now, we are able to use those digital meters, and I can look at it from my cell phone or from my laptop anywhere in the world. I can be in China, and I can still tell that that biodigester in Soroti has used 6.5 cubic meters this month, and that should be what they're invoiced for. So that is already on the table, and we're trying to see how we can now spread that out. In terms of low adoption, unfortunately, Sarah, you mentioned low adoption of 7%, but it's actually closer to about 4 or 5. So we still have even more work to do there. You talked about how word of a failing digester can affect the market, and that's true. You can build 500 good quality digesters, but you build 3 that don't work. The world will know about it before they hear about the other 500 that are working. And we've seen that, and it affects the reputation and the quality and the adoption. Mook asked about standardization of biogas. Yes, one we see that biogas has many more uses than just for heating, but it also requires upgrading of it. It means that we need to remove those impurities, yes, but we need to be more creative because, for example, biogas is 55 to 60% methane. The rest is carbon dioxide and a small 1% of hydrogen sulfide. But if you don't remove that hydrogen sulfide, it will corrode all the parts of a machine. So that has to be removed. But then that 40% of carbon dioxide is wasted completely, as we are now. But in other countries, they are tapping that. They use the carbon dioxide for carbonization of food and drinks. They're also using it in industrial processes that require carbon dioxide. So large biodigesters can have the carbon dioxide production being used for industrial capacity as well. The feedstock will never be the same. So you will never get the exact resulting quality of biogas from different feedstocks. That's one. 2, it also depends on the design of the biodigester. It depends on the handling and storage of the organic feedstock that you're feeding to the digester. Did the cow dung sit outside for 4 days, or did it sit outside for 4 weeks before it was fed to the digester? That is going to affect the quality. It depends on the hydraulic retention time. In other words, how long does the feedstock stay in the digester? How long is the digestive process? How well is that monitored so that it's always consistent? That also has a bearing on the quality of gas. Then we also have different digester types, have different efficiencies of decomposition. So that is now a scientific area. But you also have things like, is the digester operating at mesophilic? Mesophilic means ambient temperatures, about 35 degrees Celsius. Is the digester operating at thermophilic temperatures? Higher temperatures usually mean higher gas production. But if it's too high, then it also kills the bacteria. So there's a balance that is involved there, and all those affect quality, amount, and purity of the biogas. In terms of that biogas is a biological process, yes, but we are, as a country, we're using primarily cow dung. But it's unfortunate for me to have to tell everybody that cow dung has the lowest biogas potential. Of all the feedstocks, it's the lowest by itself. Food waste has a higher calorific value, so it will therefore produce more biogas. Pig litter, pig dung, and has much higher calorific value because obviously it has to do with the digestive process. A cow has 4 stomachs, so by the time that grass has gone through those 4 stomachs, there's not that much nutrient content left. But a bird, for example, poultry, don't have that same kind of digestive process. So the nutrient value of poultry litter is much higher than it is for cow dung. So you'll get more biogas from poultry than you will from cow dung. And in the same way, because humans eat a higher calorific diet, human waste has probably one of the highest calorific values that can produce the best quality biogas at the same time. There's also energy crops. There are lots of countries around the world that are growing crops just to feed into systems like this, into biodigesters. So those are also very good for producing gas and many other types of animal waste around. Now, there was another question about biogas is only good for certain parts of the country, but we are blessed in Uganda that we have good temperatures in almost all parts of the country. So since biogas also requires high ambient temperatures, or at least moderate ambient temperatures, almost all parts of the country can do well for biogas. We notice places like eastern Uganda, like Mbale, have fewer cows maybe than western or central. So for them, we actually promote smaller biodigesters. For people who have one cow, it doesn't mean you can't use biogas, it just means you have to use a smaller biogas system. So we promote a 4 cubic meter instead of a 6 or a 9. And then also people in refugee settlements with one cow are able to now use biogas because we are promoting the appropriate technology for the circumstance. The cultural dimension that you mentioned is very, very important because you say that what is happening, we see, is that when we build a biodigester, and the biodigester enterprises can attest to this, a biodigester is built at a home that has asked for it, but when you ask for people to come to be trained on usage of the digester, they'll send the farm worker. They send the farm worker. The household themselves has not been trained. You've asked them, you've maybe offered to come 2 or 3 times, but they don't want to get involved. They say, train that guy. 2 months later, that guy has moved on, or he's fired, or whatever it is. So now there's nobody on the farm who has that knowledge and that training. And this happens a lot with telephone farmers, not because they don't want to be involved in the training, but because they're not there. So they'll say, you train my worker there, he'll show me what to do, but it never happens, and that's why we want that. In terms of the attitude, we see that when we train a group of 100 people, all 100 at the end of the training will say, this is a great technology, it will save me money on fuel, it will improve my agricultural yield, I want a biodigester. But if you follow those people up 4 to 6 months later, we find only 1 or 2 have actually adopted the biodigester. And usually they say, school fees, there's something else that came up. And so it's usually a question of the affordability. There's willingness to buy, but ability is our big challenge. And that's where we need to work together as a sector, together to see that we can improve their ability to pay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You've almost touched some of the questions that were directed to me. A few of them were issues to do with awareness that we have touched, and the law adoption, which is actually below what was even projected. It's at about 5%. But the issue of awareness, as raised by Sarah, awareness is very, very dynamic. You can know, yes, I have a cow, I can have a biogas system, but you need to get to know the awareness in terms of how much you need to put up the system. And if the system is put up, you need to have the awareness on how to manage. So when you look at the law adoption, it's not only touched to the issue of awareness, but as also my colleague has said, it touches also the issue of affordability. You can be in need of something, but the issue is, can you afford? Then David, a number of issues. The issue of standardization has been touched on with my colleague. I'm not going to. Then also David O'Quinn raised an issue of government interest or interaction in the biogas sector. One of the things that would require that sometimes when you are under given association, it becomes very easy to deal with a group. But even like where you need a one-on-one, we are always available to do the support. At the district where you have issues, it's very good that we can raise exchange contacts. We can raise exchange contacts. Some of those districts we have had people that we have dealt with, probably they can be able to support you in one way or another. But still, like, we are there to support you and to work with you. James Lukoya, you raised a number of issues, but one of them I want to agree, my colleague has touched them, but the issue of research and development is very, very key. In some of these sectors, subsectors which are still growing, issues of research and innovation are very, very key, so that we try to ease the usability of some of these technologies. You also touched on an issue of the instruments for doing some of these works. I understand this is a challenge across most of the education institutions, and you all know that we are all drawing from the same budget. And one thing we need to take advantage of is that now that we have the internship, let's identify some of these entities where the learners can be able to go and also get the hands-on training apart from what has been impacted to them in terms of the classwork. Sistema, there was an issue on the road show. I think this, we may need to work together. When you are developing some of these programs, involve government. We can always write to some of these institutions so that you have waivers on some of these taxes, because what we are trying, for example, I can give you one of the examples. We have had tax exemption on most of the renewable energy technologies, but this has been courtesy of most of these engagements. So it would be nice that we have more and more engagement, so that when you go to do this, as government, we are there to support, and I must give you assurance that we can have waivers on this. All my other colleagues have touched where we had a last comment from one of our mama regarding the issue of awareness. She brought it up very well, that we need to create awareness to as many people as we can and engage all the people that are there within the households. I've had a chance to do some monitoring, routine monitoring, usually at a quarterly basis. But you go to a household, they have a system, and when you get there, the person who was trained is not around. The person who was trained left. So we need to do a number of refresher training. And this is a call to most of our food soldiers. These are the people who do the systems. Always ensure that you leave there your contact, so that in case of any need, people can be able to reach you, so that you can be able to guide them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the audience, for the questions. I think again they've touched most of the things. I just want to make one or two comments. One is the role of having a shared vision to ensure that whatever interventions we are promoting them together. For me, that is the most important aspect. Both the partners, government and the private sector, the farming community, we need to look at that. Even when we talk about the roaming animals, as he said, there are quite a number of different sources of raw materials that we can use. But the other thing I wanted to talk about is whether there are any existing government projects, or we start thinking about projects that can support water. Under Ministry of Agriculture, I'm glad to inform you that we shall be adding on what we've already provided for. I know we've constructed a number of dams around the Karamoja area. But as I speak right now, we have a new climate smart agriculture project which has begun. We are in the final stages of having the regional sensitization meetings of the key stakeholders. And one of the interventions there is to construct a number of dams to support the farming community. And I want to say that these ones, we have prioritized the north, and we have also prioritized Karamoja area. We shall be giving more information, but I want to interest you all and the Ugandans here that the project will be in 69 districts, and you can get more information with the district production office. And just to add on what Hatim said, the mandates, the district has very many structures, but if you're going to talk about biogas, then the right department would be the production office, not the commercial office. Commerce is mainly on trade issues, but the district production office, we have quite a number of subject matter specialists that can support. And again, for the private sector, like I said, as government, we run a program. Energy has a program, agriculture has a program, and that is why we sit together. They don't plan alone. They invite us in their sector working committees, we invite them in our sector working committees. And again, we invite the private sector. So where you're finding a challenge, please reach out to us. We have all ways we can support you to reach those district local government officials, either through writing an introductory letter to the chief administrative officer, or even a direct call is good enough to support the interventions. Thank you.
Thanks so much, everyone, for all the questions. I think most of the panelists have addressed a few of them. I just wanted to add a couple of comments. We heard from the ministry asking about how the project is embracing digitalization aspects and things like that. And the colleagues from SNV and BSUL have shared some of these aspects. But I think from my side, I also just wanted to make a comment and a call to action. You see how government is prioritizing digitalization aspects, but then we can't have private sector say, no, well, we can't have e-learning platforms and we don't want electronic applications because we don't have those structures. You can see government is trying to shift also the way of thinking, being more innovative. How can these tools also support growth in the sector? So also just a call to action to private sector that please take up those opportunities. There's trainings being offered. We're talking about all the knowledge the project and the partners are generating. A lot of these are also shared through digital channels, electronic newsletters. So let's try and balance that out so that you also don't miss out on this information that can inform your own growth trajectories and get us to that shared objective that also my colleagues have touched on. The other point I also wanted to mention is, around awareness. I think UNAC had touched on some of these and in terms of translating materials and other things, but I also wanted to, again, talk to our private sector partners in here. On the one hand, yes, some of these materials could be translated, but that's also quite a cost. That's also quite a cost that sometimes also the companies can't fully absorb. And we also want to be mindful not to translate materials that will sit on shelves and not actually get used. So I think something else that we have to consider is how best can we utilize other resources, and one of them is these district structures that they've talked about. I'm sure a lot of these district extension workers, whether they are production officers, GIZ has worked very closely with the energy officers at district level. They know not only their communities, but the languages they speak. So as the enterprises go into these areas to do marketing and awareness, please loop them in, have them as part of these trainings. They are not there only to represent government partners, but to also be your linkage to the farmers, the groups, the households that are in that area, and speak to them in a language that they understand. So to your point also on these cultural dynamics, I think that's one of the ways we can loop these in. When we talk about gender mainstreaming, it's not just about only women are important. It's that how can we get women and men across the whole value chain. If you're having training for masons, how are you going to attract female masons to also be there? So that when they go and talk to a female household and she sees a female mason doing installation, it also empowers her to see that, oh yes, I can probably learn how to do this as well. So I think I wanted to end a little bit also on a call to action for members here in this room. How can we also take up aspects in our own spheres of influence to see that we all move in the same direction? Thank you.
All right. Can we give our panelists a big round of applause for ably articulating the issues? I think I'm going to let them stay up there on the high table, yeah, and call Davina to come and give quick wrap up of some of the key points as takeaway for today.
I'd like to thank all the stakeholders and our panelists and everyone that has participated since morning. Everything that has been discussed has been captured electronically, and I've been typing. So just some of the things that we are going to implement, we are placing emphasis on these ones because most of the things that you've suggested or the input from stakeholders, from our panelists, is already in implementation stage, but we need to enhance them. So these are the things that we want to implement as we run towards the last leg of the project. We are going to deploy strategies that promote demand activation to ensure last mile usage of the kits that our partners are distributing. Then we are going to continue focusing on capacity building of the different bio-stakeholder enterprises under the C program. So there are many, and this has been reoccurring throughout the workshop since morning. That is something we are going to emphasize on. Another thing that came up was promoting after-sales services. This is ensuring that we entrust this job to the local companies in the production value chain. And then we are going to work together to link our businesses to other businesses such as investors and grant providing entities, so that when the project closes, there is some bit of sustainability. And in order of no importance, we are going to focus on documenting everything that we have learned. So best practices, lessons, challenges. This is to show that the project has been working, there are challenges that need to be addressed, but also will inform future programs in the NGO sector, but also within government programs. And behavior change, this is in line with mindset change, is something that we are going to emphasize. A lot of communication is needed. It's something on the adoption. So we are going to enhance our behavior change communication activities across the program areas. We are going to continue aligning the program activities with the National Development Plan 3, and also hope to be given a platform to input into NDP 4 when the time comes. Still under communication, the referral mechanism, one-on-one referral, peer-to-peer communication strategy was brought up. I think we are doing this, but it's something we need to enhance. And then when it comes to financing and investments, we are going to continue supporting capital for private entities. We want to move away from relying on donors and finding mechanisms on how to sustain the businesses and entities that we are working with. And second last, we are going to continue supporting and facilitating validation meetings and meetings both at national level, but also at district level. And in that regard, we shall continue utilizing structures, especially the district structures such as the extension teams, to build our capacity further. And lastly, we are going to make sure that everything that we have learned here is mainstreamed into government programs so that it's not lost. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Davina. Of course, we encourage you to continue these conversations even after these sessions. Let me call Walter to just give also closing remarks as project head.
As what? Okay, yeah, thank you, Brian. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the program. I am very happy at this moment that we have reached this stage. Let me start by thanking all of you who spared your time. I know some of you traveled yesterday. There are people who came from Gulu. Thank you so much. And Caritas Gulu, my apologies. The program became too tight. I couldn't fix you. Would have loved to hear about your program, but we shall have other opportunities. My apologies for that. For the team from Bara, thank you so much. Let me also extend my appreciation to our team that side. People have been working at the back end. I don't know the general term, but they're to do with communication and the rest. We have had live streaming. People have enjoyed. You'll get to see these videos on YouTube. Thank you so much for the good work. For the panelists, you have done a wonderful job this afternoon. Thank you so much. For me, and as ABC, our objective of coming here today have been met. We wanted to bring people together so that we get to know faces, we get to know the different programs, we get to share ideas, we get to share challenges, and also we get to find some solutions. Some solutions I can see they have even been found. They looked a little bit distant, but they have been found. For example, now Sistema. You have been told you can walk to Minister of Energy and talk about tax waiver for these things. That is something very, very easy now. From agriculture, we have been given a leeway to engage, or we have been kind of guided. How do we engage with the local government structure? So David, I think now we know that we can actually get some kind of recommendation from MAIF, then we go to the district, and we know we're not going to the production, but we're going to, we're not going to the commercial, but we're going to the production department. So you see, these are some of the things that come, they come forth when we come together and meet as biogas stakeholders. So for me, I am very happy. There are so many things that we have done today, but we're going to focus on them later. So I wouldn't want to take a lot of time. I just want to wrap up by giving us the next steps. We are going to have all the presentations shared to all of you. You'll get them by email as long as you give us the right email. Then we're also going to have a comprehensive report that is going to be generated. And for some of the key stakeholders, we're going to request that you help us review those reports quickly as possible, because we want to pick some actionable steps in those reports and see how do we use them in different forums. For example, ABC, we shall have quarterly planning. Maybe in the next quarterly planning, there are some key points that we can pick up from there. We shall have a knowledge exchange event in Nairobi in May, or I think June. Maybe there are some takeaways we shall take there. So your participation in the review of this report is very important, so that we have a really comprehensive report, and we try to make sure that by the next time we're having such a gathering, we can be able to report and say, yes, we did this, we did that, we achieved this is where we didn't make an achievement, and we give reasons. Finally, I just want to re-echo the word from our commissioner, the person representing the commissioner from MAIF, shared vision. We want to encourage you, all of you, to go back with the shared vision. We want you to be our ambassadors. I know most of you have been sent by people who are above you. Please, when we share these reports, share the reports with them, so that there can be internal discussions in your different organizations. And this can, you never know, it can develop more partnership, and that is what we want. So my appeal is for all of you to be our ambassadors of the ABC project. Thank you so much. I declare the workshop closed.
Thank you again. You can, of course, feel free to leave if you need to, but talk to some of the other stakeholders in the sector, and let's work together. So what I think, sorry, Esther, please go back up. You are going to stay down. Okay, so let's all come here for a group photo. First, let me first start with the panelists. Please come here, and we take a nice picture, because this picture is going to be on the front page of the Daily Monitor. That's where I work. We have to show accountability. The birthday boy should be in the middle. Okay. So we say biogas. Wonderful. Thank you again to our partners, SNV, GIZ, Biogas Solutions, Ministry of Energy. So now they stay there. Please come. All of us come and join the